taught me much, and then he said, I need you to go back and tell others so we'll know I am their Lord and I love them much. I was standing at the edge of heaven where the trees and flowers sang praises and declared the glory of God to Jesus all day. And then one day they will take this walk and ask me to, is this really all true? I was standing at the edge of heaven where the trees and flowers sang praises and declared the glory of God to Jesus all day. Thank you, Jesus, for loving us all so much. Under the cover of the dark, he came to see the light. A Pharisee with questions deep, walking through the night. Rabbi, we know you're sent from God. The signs you do are true. Jesus spoke of being born again and life forever new. You've got to be born of water, born of the Spirit's wind. A life from above, a soul made clean within. The Son came down to save. For God so loved the world, believe in Him and life eternal will unfurl. Nicodemus scratched his head. How can these things be so? Jesus said the wind blows where it will. You don't know where it goes. The truth is not just spoken. It's a spirit's work inside. Born anew, your heart and soul in me. You can't abide. You've got to be born of water, born of the Spirit's wind. A life from above, a soul made clean within. The Son came down to save. For God so loved the world, believe in Him and life eternal will unfurl. He told him about the cross, how the serpent lifted high the Son of Man to save us all and never let us die. God's love is wide and deep, a light that shines so bright, and those who trust in Jesus Christ will walk forever in His light. Oh, the night can hide our fear, our questions and our doubt, but the Spirit brings new life, and the dark Demas learned that night what God's Spirit's The disciples sat with hearts full of fear. Jesus said, don't you cry, I'm still right here. I'm going to prepare a place above, where there's peace and joy and endless love. Thomas said, Lord, we don't know the way. Jesus smiled and softly began to say, I'm the way, I'm the truth, and the life. Follow me and I'll carry you through strife. I'm the way, the truth, and the life. Through the dark valley, through the night. No need to wonder, no need to roam. I'll lead you home, I'll lead you home. Philip asked, show us the Father, Lord. Jesus lifted his hands and spoke the word. Who has seen me has seen the Father above. I've come to show you his mercy and love. Peace I leave with you, not as the world gives. Trust in my Spirit, in the life I live. Don't be troubled, your hearts need not fear. For I am with you, I am always near. I'm the way, the truth, and the life. Through the dark valley, through the night. No need to wonder, no need to roam. I'll lead you home, I'll lead you home. If you love me, you'll obey my commands. I'll send the Spirit to guide your hands. Comfort and strength for the roads ahead. Living water for the souls I've fed. No one comes to the Father but through me. I've come to set the captives free. Hold on tight to the word I give, and in my love you'll truly live. I am the way, the path that is true, the life I give is a life made new. no time. The temple gates were crowded, the money changers line. Cattle showed, the coins rang loud, the doves were in their cages, but the house of prayer was lost beneath the wages. Tables overturned, the whip in his hand, zeal for his father's house burned through the land. Take these things away, this place is not for trade. Holiness restored that day. Temple of his spirit rising from the ground. Death defeated, the veil torn through, God's dwelling place made new. Tables overturned, the holy reclaimed, the Lamb of God would bear the shame. Through his death and life returned, the tables overturned. Tables overturned. Of God, it covers me. A mercy deep as oceans, wild and free. Undeserved yet given every day anew. Comfort, care, and hope come flooding through. No matter where I've been or what I've done, your arms are open wide, I can run. You're the love that never fails, the truth that always saves, the light that breaks the dark and calls me from the grave. With faith in Jesus' name, I know I'm not the same. Forgiven, I will rise forever in your grace. You gave your life to wash away my sin. Salvation flows from wounds that heal within. Now I rest in your assurance and your peace. mountains learned to stand, before the oceans found the sand, there was a voice, there was a flame. Love was calling out your name, before the stars were hung in space, before the dawn had found its place. A sacred whisper filled the dark. You are mine, the first remark. In the silence you were there. Love was forming everywhere. Love spoke and the world began. Breath of God in the heart of man. Light broke through the endless night. Carried on your word of life. Every soul from the start, your plan was clear. Love was always here. From the dust you shaped our frame, placed eternity in our name. Every heartbeat, every breath, held within your life and death. Even when we turned away, still your love refused to fade. Through the fall, through every scar, you have loved us as we are. Through the ages, through it all, love remains, it never falls. Love spoke and the world began. Breath of God in the heart of man. Through the rise and through the fall, you have always been our all. Every life a sacred thread, by your hand is gently led. From the start, your plan was clear. Love was always here. Not by chance, not by fate. Every soul's formed in grace. Every story, every breath, held beyond the reach of death. From the first light shining through, all creation points to you. Love spoke and the world began. Breath of God in the heart of man. Every star and every sea echoes through eternity. From the first light to the end, you are where all life begins. And forever we will hear. Love was always here. Love was always here. Love was always
Testing. Well, good afternoon. We don't have quite the numbers we've had in other sessions, but that's okay. This will be a good quality meeting that way. So we got the high input people right now. So we'll have a lot of questions from a lot of people. I want to introduce to you to Carol Marshall. Carol Marshall has been a friend for probably in excess of 20 years. We met at conferences. She's a speech therapist, very knowledgeable in medical things, medical terms, everything else. And we met. I asked her if she would sit on the board of a company that I was with, Medical Lodges, before I retired. Beth Kelly's now with Medical Lodges. So anyway, you've been on our board for almost 20 years, and she just brings a vast amount of knowledge. Well, she told me about 2 years ago that her husband underwent this experience, and it was quite moving. I'm very skeptical, but I tell you, I'm a definite believer in what he experienced and what he saw, what he witnessed. So anyway, I won't belabor that, but this is Carol Marshall, the husband. Her husband is Robert Marshall.
Thank you so much. I just want to tell you a little bit about me. I spent the first part of my career as a speech pathologist, and I worked in hospitals. I worked in nursing homes, and I worked in schools. So I'm very familiar with brain injuries, and that's a very important piece of information about what happened to Robert. Bye-bye. So in May of 2024, he said to me, I have an earache. And I thought, well, he got water in his ear from the shower. I said, well, get the heating pad, put it on your ear, and it'll open up and drain. He got the heating pad, he couldn't touch his ear. I'm like, well, that seems probably not swimmer's ear. So the next day, he said, you know, I'm still not feeling better. I've got a sore throat. I think I'm going to go to the doctor. And we have a freestanding emergency room. And so I couldn't go. I was on a Zoom meeting that day. He went by himself. And he will tell you how it happened, but they diagnosed him with cancer. He came home and he said to me, they said I have cancer. And they told me to go to the oncologist Monday. It's a fast-growing cancer and don't wait. So Friday, we collect coins and we went to a coin show. He hadn't eaten anything. He went through McDonald's, got a fish sandwich, couldn't swallow it. From a speech therapist, I started being very worried. He tried to take a drink of liquid, which is the easiest thing to swallow, you would think. Couldn't swallow it. We went to the hospital in downtown Fort Worth, into the emergency room, where they intubated him because his throat was closing. He couldn't breathe. I'll tell you what happened to him after that. But what happened for me was that I was at his bedside while he died. And he was on a ventilator for 21 days. And during that time, I was worried, and then I was thankful, and then I was scared, and then I was thankful, and then I was worried. And when he came out of back from heaven, he couldn't talk. He still had the ventilator, still had the trach. I gave him a dry erase board, and he wrote in the very tiniest of letters, I died last night. And I said, babe, that was 2.5 weeks ago. He'd been asleep. So he was on 5 antibiotics, a paralytic called propofol, and fentanyl for pain. And the doctors knew, and they started to learn that I could understand things in the medical field that pertained to him, and they let me stand in on rounds. So that would happen every morning is the doctors would take a computer on wheels, and they'd go around to each room and discuss the case, and they let me stand in on his. And they had him on a drug called Seroquel. I said, why is he on Seroquel? Well, it's an anti-anxiety. And I said, he's dead. Can we just give his liver an exercise of freedom here? So we can try it. And there was one physician who cared for him, and he couldn't make eye contact with me because there was nothing more they could do. He would look at the record, and he'd read the record, no change, no change, no change, blood gases, no zero in absorption. We're doing all we can. And he wouldn't look at me. And I said one time, well, there's an abscess on his neck. Why don't we give the antibiotics a little boost and drain that? Well, we could try it. It took 3 days to get a surgeon to come up and look at his neck. 3 days. But they took him to surgery, and he'll tell you the rest of that story. But at his bedside, I got very close to God. And he asked me, he said, when he was able to talk again, he said, did you pray while I was sick? I said, I prayed so much, Jesus and I, on a first-name basis. I don't have to call him Mr. Christ. I prayed a lot. I cried a lot. I learned so much about respiratory therapists because they literally are the magicians to his story. They would suction his fluids, out of his lungs. His lungs were terribly damaged. And we have something called a living will. And I don't know if any of you how many of you have a living will? Anybody have a living will? Oh, good. So a living will gives you the power. So our living will says if I'm on life support or he's on life support, we get 14 days to decide what to do. So there's 14 days to diagnose and see if there's a possibility of healing before I have to make a decision. Not 14 days to end his life, but 14 days to make a decision. And they came to me almost every day to tell me how hopeless this case was, that it looked highly unlikely that he would recover. And I said, I still have 14 days. I still have 14 days. I still have 12 days. And then he came back. He squeezed my fingers. It was shocking. So he's going to give you all of the details about his medical record and what he saw in heaven and things that he talked about. Robert? Yeah, come here. Come here.
Go.
He changed his mind, didn't want to tell you.
Do I have a microphone now? Can you turn it up? Good. I asked for the mic to be turned up because when you talk about 18 hours a day, your voice goes, give me a break. Here's some questions he just threw at me. I'm Robert Marshall. First, I'd like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to share Jesus with you. Now, Carol was right about a couple things. She cries a lot. I have a cough drop in my mouth. I apologize for that. I don't mean to talk with my mouth full, but it helps my throat from being a little bit more tickling and raspy. She's correct. I did die. I died on 19th of May, 2024. And I was dead for 3 days until the 23rd of May, 2024. I was without oxygen. We have more people coming in. Are they coming back? Are you all coming in here? How about if we wait just a minute until they get here, okay? 3 days, that's interesting. Now, did you all hear, Texans coming out, right? You heard the music beforehand, right? That music is directly from Jesus. And by that I mean this. In June and July of last year, he decided he was going to have me share his message through music. Prior to that, my wife would not allow me to sing in the shower. I told her in June, I said, honey, I said, Jesus wants me to sing some songs. And she went, no, baby. That's Satan trying to talk you into that. You do not try that. No. I said, I'm telling you. Well, you can do all things through him. He gave me the words to the songs. He gives me the music to the song. He tells me how he wants it sung. And I just do exactly what he said. So what you were hearing were songs that are a message. It's not entertainment. He did not do it to make me an entertainer. He was very explicit of that. He says, you're not to be an entertainer. You're not to be a star. You are to give this as a message just as you talk to anybody. It's his message. He had me write a song for each chapter in the Bible. Well, he wrote it for me. He gave me the words. And he gave me the music. You were hearing the album from the book of John. It's a double volume album. In fact, if you remind me when we get out, I'll give each of you a free volume of it. It's a card. You can download both albums for free. They're out there. We'll get them to you before you leave. No charge on those. So that was the book of John. And he is amazing what he does. He really, truly is. You're sitting in here now. I'm going to go ahead and continue. So, on the 19th of May, as I said before, I died. 23rd of May is when I came back. Now, what happened prior to that is what I'm going to go through, so you understand exactly how it all came about. On the 17th of May, as Carol started to tell you, she thought I had swimmer's ear. I woke up, I had a very large swelling on my neck here. And she did have the board meeting that morning on a Zoom call, so she couldn't go with me. I said, well, I'm going to go to the emergency room, standalone emergency in Willow Park. It's a little small one, and see what's going on. I was concerned. You know, I was having trouble swallowing. It's not normal. Breathing. I went to the emergency room. I walked on into the emergency room, and of course, they say, can we help you? I said, yes. He said, well, what seems to be wrong? I said, well, I got a little swelling here, I think, right here. I'll fill out this paperwork. I filled out all the paperwork and the insurance forms and everything, and they took me into a back room. And, of course, they put me into a room with a bed. You know the beds they got, they go like this, right? Most comfortable bed you'll ever be in. I'm going to get one for the house, so when anybody wants to come over and stay, not a problem here. This is where you're going to sleep. They'll say, we'll go get a hotel. Never mind. Okay? So I'm sitting on this bed, of course. There's a little post thing here with all things on, a little monitor up there, and a little computer screen, and then she grabs a whole handful of wires, and she's going to start sticking these on me. I said, there's nothing wrong with my heart. I have a swelling. My neck is swelling. Why are you putting these on me? Did you ever have those little sticky things? Anybody have them put on? You can't get those off. If they put those on a picture hanger, your pictures would never fall off of a wall. So she sticks them all over on me, and then she puts these little wires in. I'm going I'm like Frankenstein here or something. I don't know what's wrong with you people. It's my neck. Okay? And, well, we got to make sure everything's okay. Said, all right, so I'm going to sit there. I was really obstinate before. I was very dumb. I am not anything like I was before. Absolutely not. I was the most obstinate, I'm going to be in charge, control, you're not going to do anything type of person. I do not know why she even stayed with me. Why she even wanted to be with me to start with. I mean, I look back, and I'm not saying this boastingly, but I would not have liked me. I mean, that was ridiculous. So I'm giving them a hard time, right? I'm not being nice to them. So I'm sitting there, and she says, well, the doctor will be in a minute. And I said, okay. So I'm sitting on this wonderful, comfortable bed. There's no TV, so that's not a good thing. I'm just staring at walls, waiting and waiting and waiting. The doctor finally comes in. I'm going, whew, okay, he's here. So he comes in, he sits down on a little metal stool. Remember that little metal stool? Because I got a little story about that with wheels on it. So he sits down and he says, okay, what seems to be the problem? I says, well, I have a swelling on my neck. My heart is fine. He goes, yeah, I can see that. Everything seems to be good. And he says, okay. So he gets his stethoscope and he listens to my lungs in the back and the front. And he says, okay. He says, what we're going to do is we're going to take you down and get you a CAT scan of the swelling. And then we are going to draw blood and do blood test. I said, okay. He says, all right. Now, I waited a half hour for this guy. He's in there like 3 to 4 minutes now. Of course, he probably billed me for the half hour, too. He leaves. He says, the nurse will be in just a little bit to get you, and we'll take you down and give you a CAT scan, draw the blood. I said, okay. So he left. I'm sitting there. And the nurse got there fairly quick. That was nice. I mean, well, this is speeding up. Because when I walked in to the emergency room there wasn't nobody in there. Well, you thought they would you'd get to you pretty quick. She comes in with a wheelchair. I said, what's the wheelchair for? Well, we got to go get a CAT scan and draw blood. I said, there's nothing wrong with my legs. It's my neck, okay? You done put me on some cardiac machine here, figured out I can walk. No, we have to take you in the wheelchair. I'm like, all right. Remember, I was very obstinate. I get in the wheelchair. She pushes me down. They do the CAT scan. They draw the blood. The test takes me back, puts me in the room again. And I'm now back in this room with nothing to do except look at the walls and the ceiling. Have you ever been in one of those rooms? You know the little tiles they have on the ceiling with those little holes? 752 holes in each tile. That's all I had to do. I mean, this doctor was gone forever. I'm going, is he ever coming back? I'm going, my goodness gracious. So he finally came in, and he sits down. And a little metal stool, and he looks at me and he says, okay, do you want it straight? No, I want you to lie to me. Yes, I'd like it straight. Well, he says, okay. He says, first we got the blood test back, and we got the CAT scan back, and we looked at everything. And I sent it out to 2 doctors outside the hospital here. Being efficient. I sent it to an oncologist, and the hairs went up on the back of my neck. I know what an oncologist is. Maybe you shouldn't give it to me so straight. And I sent it to another doctor, and we all 3 have come to the same conclusion. And that is this: that we believe that we're about 99% sure that it's a new diagnosis of cancer, and it is a very aggressive form of cancer. And you need to deal with it immediately. The oncologist has opened up a spot for you on Monday at noon. Here's his card. He says, do not blow this off. Do not put this off. It's very aggressive. Whatever this is very aggressive, and you need to see him now. Okay. He convinced me. I got less arrogant. Now I'm a little more concerned. So they gave me steroids and antibiotics and everything else. They just throw everything, give you a little cocktail of stuff, throw whatever it may be. And I went home. I drove home. And on the way home, I'm thinking, how do I tell Carol this? And I was a pretty obstinate and ornery little critter before. I would, I'd have the man flu. I get a sniffle. I am dying, honey. You know what man flu are. Don't you guys, don't act like you don't know what it is. I bumped my hand. I think I broke it. Honey, get over it. Okay. So I'm going to go home and tell her. On the way, I'm thinking, I don't think I can candy coat this. I need to just tell her straight out. So I drove home, pulled in the garage, went into the kitchen, and she was at the counter. We have a little thing in the counter in the kitchen, and she says, well, what'd they say? And I just blurted out. I said, well, they said they're about 99% sure that I have cancer. It's a very aggressive form of cancer, and I need to go see the oncologist on Monday. And I threw the card down. And she looked at me, and the first things out of her mouth were, that's not very funny. That's not something to joke about. Tells you how many priors I had of the man flu, right? I said, I'm not joking. And she looked at the card. She says, okay. Actually, what she said was, all righty then. We'll just deal with it, and we'll do what we have to do. I went, wow, she's pretty strong. Okay, that's cool. So we started making arrangements to make sure I could get there Monday. Friday, we went to the coin show. As I said, I came back from the coin show. I was hungry. We stopped at McDonald's. Bad choice. Hamburgers, I'm kind of off of those. But I thought a fish sandwich would be good. I got a fish sandwich. I took a bite, chewed it up, could not swallow it. I had to spit it out. Tried to take a drink of the diet soda. I couldn't swallow it. All I could do was whoosh it in my mouth and spit it out. I was having trouble breathing. We went home, and we got to the house, and it progressively got worse. It was swelling. And as a result, it was putting pressure on my airway. And I was having difficult breathing. I was getting dizzy. I feel like I'm going to fall over. They tell you if your oxygen gets below 90, you need to get to an emergency room immediately. Listen to them. Mine was below 90. Now my man flu and my arrogance is kind of going out the window, because when you don't get oxygen, you're not so arrogant. I would say, I'm going to drive. I'm a man. That's me. That was then. Not so much now. And I told her, I says, sweetie, you're going to have to drive. She decided, we're going to a major hospital in downtown Fort Worth, not a standalone. We're going to a major hospital. You're going to have to drive. That was her first indication that, maybe second, but she knew at that point, for me to say that, there's something seriously going on here. And it wasn't the man flu. She drove. On the way to the hospital, I told her, I said, well, park the car, drop me off at the emergency room entrance, park the car, and I'll meet you inside. She says, okay. Friday night, 6:30 at night, in a major metropolitan town, downtown Fort Worth. Not a good time to go to an emergency room. I walked up, the door opened, I walked in, and there were 14 people standing in a line to check in at the window. Everything is full. And I'm thinking, I went to the other one and was there for 4 hours, and there was nobody there but me. This is going to be an all-nighter for sure. So I get there in line, and I'm standing there, and I'm a-weebling and a-wobbling. You know, I heard weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. I wasn't quite so sure that I wasn't going to fall down. I was dizzy. I was having trouble focusing. I wasn't getting any oxygen. And when you don't get oxygen, your body just does some weird things. The lady behind the window sensed something was wrong, and she kind of leaned to the right, and she looked at me, she says, "Are you okay?" And it was all I could do to get out was, "Not really." I said, I can't breathe, I can't get oxygen, I'm dizzy, I can't focus, and I honestly don't know if I'm going to fall over. She looked at me. She says, "You go back there immediately." She pushed a button and the door opened. I'm going like, whoa. I didn't even check in here. This is getting now this is, you know, there's 14 people here. I started walking there, and on the way I'm walking to the door, and I'm going like, oh, these people are looking at me, and they're like, I didn't know I was going to have to fight them or what. You know, I go like, who is this clown? I've been here for hours, and he just walks in and say, go on back. You know, well, I didn't care at this point. I just walked on back, and when I got through the doors, the doctor met me. I didn't wait for him. She must have hit another button. She really did do a quick assessment. Or I really looked bad. I don't know which. But the doctor met me right there. Took me over, pulled a green curtain to the side, says, sit down on that little stool. He started doing his checkups and everything and put the little, what do you call it? Pulse oximeter. I never can get that. I call it oxometer or something like that. Pulse oximeter. I'm not a doctor, okay? A pulse oximeter and checking the oxygen. Of course, now it was down probably 87. Not good. He decided very quickly that he needed to intubate me. That means he was going to put an oral tube down my throat, and then he could put an oxygen tube down that so I could get oxygen. I'm going to do what? You do know I'm awake. We're going to put you to sleep. Well, okay, yeah, you are. You're going to put that tube down my throat while I'm awake. I'm going to eat the tube. I was still a little arrogant. So we started, he's taking me into the back to get ready to intubate me, and that was about the time Carol came in. That's how quick they were working. I mean, this was amazing to me. I mean, the other one, I'm going to wait for, I counted holes. I didn't even get to see the ceiling here. So Carol, he told her what he's going to do, and Carol says, just do whatever you need to do. And we haven't filled out paperwork one. I guess you filled it out then. Okay, they actually took care of me right then, quick, boom, put me to sleep, intubated me. It's about 6:30 at night, and they admitted me to the intensive care unit immediately. Now, what I'm telling you now is in the medical records. I wasn't awake during this time, okay, but that is in the medical records. Fortunately, everything that happened to me is documented because it was in a major hospital. The entire time in the ICU, everything is documented. So it's non-challengeable. So they admitted me to the ICU. The records say that they got me up there about midnight because they didn't have the room ready. They had to prepare the room, get somebody out of there. I don't know what it was. They took me, put me up in there, and I rested there until Sunday, the 19th of May. And of course, I'm getting oxygen now. I'm feeling pretty good. You don't get oxygen, then you get oxygen. You're one happy camper. You really, truly are. So now, on Sunday, the doctor that admitted me, as I put in the records, he was going to come in Monday, and they were going to do an assessment on me and see what they were going to do and everything else. And Sunday, the doctor came in. A doctor came in, not that doctor, the one that was on. Looked at the records and decided, well, let's see how he does if I take that intubation tube out and see if he can breathe on his own. I was okay. I'm fine with that. I'm getting oxygen. I'm thinking, I'm going to get out of here. You know. She says, all right, so she's going to stay in there. She asked Carol to leave. She took the tube out, extubated me, and then invited Carol back in. And they were in there for about 30, 35 minutes is what the records say. And the doctor stayed in there watching, assessing, and seeing. Oh, he's breathing pretty good on his own now. Everything was going good. Carol's happy. I'm joking, poking Carol. I'm thinking in my mind, I'm getting out of here. I think in her mind, they were thinking, because she's a little bit smarter than I, they were just going to move me out of the ICU down to a lower level or something. But regardless, I had that tube out of my throat, and that felt pretty cotton picking good. I'm getting out of there. Well, the doctor left after about 30, 35 minutes, feeling that she was happy, and she was gone about 35, 40 minutes longer. Well, while she was gone, that mass rolled over my airway, and I suffocated to death. Carol is the one that saw that, saw me blue, not breathing. I died. Carol ran to the door, and I know this is exactly what she said because I found out that they keep records of everything that everybody says, including her. And she ran to the door and says, come quick, come quick. He's blue, he's blue, he's blue. And she literally said it 2 and 3 times, just like that. And of course, the doctor came running in, discovered, yeah, she wasn't kidding. They hit the code blue. Of course, I had flatlined and I did die. And when they hit the code blue, everybody in the world comes up. They bring crash carts out. They end up going through, 3 crash carts, I think? Not 1, but 3. Because when they came in, they chased her out of the room and they started doing compressions to get my heart going. And it took them 15 minutes before I could even get a beat on it with 0 oxygen. So a lot was going on here. And it's hard to give everything to you at once because it happened over a period of time, but I was already dead. Now, when I died, I hovered above the ICU watching everything go on. I remember every doctor, every nurse, what they did, everything they said, and I also floated out into the hallway, and I saw Carol bent over, double, crying. I've never seen her cry. She cries a lot. I mean, if she were a prophet, she'd be the crying prophet. There's no question. I mean, she just cries at everything. But I'd never seen her cry like that. If I took this water and I poured it on the floor in front of her, that's what it was like. Her tears were literally, not figurative, literally puddling on the floor in front of her. It was breaking my heart. And of course, I'm seeing this, I'm going, it's okay, sweetie. It's okay. It's going to be okay. Well, she didn't hear me. I'm down. I'm up here. She doesn't know I'm up there. All she knows is her husband is in there dead, and they're beating on him, trying to get him alive. I floated back in. I looked at it a little bit, and that fast, I was in heaven. Wasn't a dream. Wasn't a vision. I didn't go through a tunnel of light. I didn't get met by a band of angels. I was just standing in heaven with absolute, total peace and love. No pain. No crazy, chaotic things that are going on down there. Down on, in that ICU, they were breaking my ribs, doing the compressions. They were trying to jam that oral intubation tube back down my throat, trying to get oxygen in, which they couldn't. They kept hitting that mass. Oh, we gotta give him a tracheotomy. They pull that out, fine, and go, okay, we're gonna do a trach. So now they call a tracheotomy surgery team or whatever, and they come in there, and this is all taking time. And then during this time period, I'm with 0 oxygen. So they come in, and of course, there's the surgeon. He's got the scalpel. I still haven't got my heart going. I call him Ali. He's doing compressions, breaking ribs. He's having a good time. I call him Ali because he thought he was Muhammad Ali in Manila from. He was breaking this rib and breaking these ribs, and he couldn't get the heart going. Now, a knife in the hand of a surgeon is supposed to be pretty good, and it is. I mean, they're well experienced. But if you're bouncing around like this, and he's going to cut your throat, that's not a good combination, and it wasn't then either. He ended up cutting it. He cut it crooked. He cut it too large for the trach that they had. It was too small, but they had to do what they had to do. He nicked a few things going in, and they had caused bleed. I ended up bleeding out into my lungs as well. And then when they finally did get the trach down in there, I tell you these things that happened while I was gone because I can read them in the record. They got the trach in there. They put the tube down, but they still couldn't get any oxygen in. No heartbeat yet. They're trying to get oxygen in there. The tube's in there, pumping 100% oxygen. They're messing with the machine. Somebody finally said, well, let's pull out and see what's blocking. They pulled it out, and they found out I had bled out into my lungs. The tube had filled up with blood, and it couldn't get any oxygen. And when they pulled it out, they were pumping 100% oxygen in. It sprayed everything and everybody. It was a mess. I don't mean that to be gory, but that's a reality. That's why they couldn't get any oxygen into me. So I'm gone. I'm in heaven. Let them do what they're going to do. I'm dead there. I'm gone. I'm standing in heaven. And it was unbelievable. The peace I felt was beyond anything that you could ever feel in your life. The love, the peace. It wasn't just external, like, oh, I love you, honey. It was internal. It permeated me. I was just like, you can't even describe it. And I'm standing there looking at everything going on and feeling this, no pain, nothing. I'm going like, wow. Sensory overload for sure. I'm looking over here, and over here on the left side is what I call the inner courtyard. Now, you've seen huge mansions that have these maze of shrubbery and bushes, and they have walkways in between and benches and stuff like that. This is like that, only the shrubbery, the trees, the plants, the flowers, everything were beyond anything on earth. And it was beautiful. And through the middle of it went the river of life, glistening like diamonds flowing off. And benches along it, and the trees. And over in the far side, I see a man that looked familiar to me. And I thought it looked like my dad. And over here, I saw a silhouette off in the distance, and I thought I knew who it might be, but I wasn't sure. It was just a far distant silhouette, a little light going around it. And then I started looking over here, and I'm trying to take everything. I was dead and going through crazy, and now I'm standing in heaven trying to take everything in, everything. And I just, the feeling was just overwhelming. And I'm standing there looking, and I'm looking at the trees. Pretty hard not to look at them because they're so incredible. Now, in our backyard, we have 43 oak trees, and they're pretty good size. Now, when I look at those oak trees, it's kind of like, oh, man, those are beautiful. I know they have a lot of leaves on them, because every time they fall, I get to rake them once a year. They fill up the backyard, so they're pretty good size. Those trees, I was looking at heaven. My trees, the trees in heaven, are like this. They're towering, magnificent. Giant redwoods have nothing on them. And the greens, the leaves, there's greens we don't even have. Not just different shades, but greens that we don't even have here. Colors we don't even have here. And they're just beautiful, towering, magnificent. And I'm going like, wow. Wow. And I'm going like, man, I'm just trying to take everything in. And then I noticed the flowers. And there's flowers there that I've never seen. Now, it doesn't mean there's no flowers that on Earth that are like that. It's just I haven't seen a lot of things that are on Earth, but I didn't see some of those before. But the one thing I do know is there wasn't any colors there. There were some colors like we have here, but there are colors that we do not have here. We have a few basic colors and different shades. These colors you've never seen. They have no name. There's absolutely nothing that you can see like it. And they were like metallic, glowing, just popping, the colors, just so beautiful. This is dark blue. You have a white shirt on. He has a blue shirt on. Those are flat colors. By flat, I mean that's the color. It stops there. You see it. That's blue. The flowers, the colors, dissipate up into the air, kind of like a rainbow that kind of goes up and just slowly fades into the air. Because they're like quadruple. I mean, you don't even have a word to describe them. They're just incredibly, incredibly beautiful. Excuse me, I'm going to take a drink of water real quick. Thank you. So I'm looking at these flowers, I'm looking at these trees, I'm looking at I didn't know where to look, what to look at. I'm feeling like the most incredible feeling of I'm home, a hug, love, peace I've never felt in my life. And I'm standing there, and I started recognizing there's this beautiful, methodic, joyful music that I've ever heard. Now, it's white noise. It's in the background. It's not dominant where it's going to overpower you when you talk. It's just kind of in the background like white noise. Like if you had a fan overhead, you hear it, but you don't really pay attention to it, but it's there. But you can stop and you can hear it. And I'm like, wow. It was the most beautiful choral music, melodies I've ever heard. And what they were doing was praising Jesus continually. Now, I say continually, not all day long, because in heaven there is no time, so it's not day and night. But literally, continuously. We've heard praise Jesus all day long. Well, this is continuous. And where is it coming from? It's coming, he's known through all nature. He's present in all nature. Well, every tree, every plant, every flower, every rock gives off its own little, what I call a melodic tone or hum. All individual to each one. And when they combine together, that's what makes that beautiful choral, symphonic, musical song that praises Jesus continually. Non-stop. I'm going like, wow. And it's not like any music, any orchestra, anything you ever heard here, ever. There's nothing here that beautiful. It was just unbelievable. And then I'm going like, I realized, remember, I suffocated to death. I realized I'm breathing in the air. Was the sweetest, most wonderful, refreshing smell I've ever smelled. Now, I don't mean it was like Grandma Tilly's perfume, Uncle Bob's or Uncle Henry's Old Spice or Musk. It wasn't sweet. It wasn't no vanilla perfume. It wasn't like that. It was something that is different that you've never smelled. There's nothing on earth that smells like it. Nothing. It was just, oh, you just want to breathe it in. Well, that fragrance, just like the trees gave off their little melodic tones and flowers, well, every plant, every tree, every rock, everything gives off its own little individual scent. And when combined, they make up that fragrance that you smell in the air. Now, it's important to remember that you smell. Because remember, it's always light. There's no day, there's no night, but there's no sun. There's no sun up in the sky. There's no moon. Where's light coming from? That's exactly correct. This gentleman here just said God. You see, we've always heard Jesus is the light. It's literal. His light permeates and lights up all of heaven. All of it. And it engulfs you. It embodies you. And everything in heaven is lit and fully embodied by His light. Now, in His light, it carries His love, His peace, and His comfort. It's in the light itself. And when it permeates and goes around you, it is there. Now all the plants, all the rocks, all the trees, everything, they all pick up that light through their photosynthesis or whatever you call it. I don't know. But it's absorbed into them as well. And that love, that peace, that calm enters into them just like it does us. And when those smells, their individual smells, are emitted into the air and combined to make that beautiful smell, we breathe that in, and it contains that love and that peace, which is part of, you're actually smelling God's love. It's a good description of it. It's that wonderful. And as you breathe it in, it fills you even more and permeates your insides. And that feeling of love, comfort, is not just on the outside, like a nice hug. It's from the inside and just fills you. And you just can't help it. The only way that you can describe it, there is no words, would be to go, total relaxation, total peace. Do you ever have a moment when everything is just so perfect in your life and you finally just go, this is so wonderful. Multiply that by 1,000,000 times and have it permanent. That's the feeling you get when you get to heaven. So I'm watching all of this going on and smelling and breathing the air and everything else, and I'm going like, I didn't know where to look, where to go next. Kid in a candy store doesn't describe it. And I look over at the inner courtyard, and I see that man over there that kind of looked like, and I thought was my dad. But my dad died when he was 92 years old. He died in 2011. He died of throat cancer. Kind of ironic, isn't it? Except I didn't die from throat cancer. He did. I suffocated to death. And his cancer ate him up. And you all know what cancer does. It's a horrible disease. And he just shriveled away down to very, very little. Well, I remember that. But that wasn't him. This man I'm looking at, I recognize from my youth. It was my dad when he was about 35, 38 years old. And he was in perfect health. He was no longer old. He wasn't sick. He wasn't ill. He didn't have any disability. Nothing. He was perfect health and happy. And I looked. I said, I'm going to go over there and see if I can talk to him. Now, I got to tell you something about my dad. My dad and I had this little crazy thing that he used to do. And only my dad would do this. I was in the military in some wars and crazy stuff, and I've been shot and blown up and shot down and all kinds of crazy stuff. Stuff happens. I get myself in predicaments, whatever the case. And my dad, of course, he would come to visit me in the hospital, whatever, and he'd come in and he would look at me and he'd go like, well, son, you did it now, didn't you? And I would go, Dad, I didn't do anything. I got shot. I got blown up. Whatever it is. He goes, I know. But it was his way of breaking the ice, a tense situation, to make it more palatable. And Jesus allowed him to say that because he knew that the only person that ever said that was my dad. And I would know that that was him. Nobody else ever did it. And my dad is the only one that did it. Now, Jesus knew it, but my dad was the only one that ever did it. And I walked up to him, and I looked at him, and I'm still questioning things. And I go, Dad? And he looks at me and he goes, yes, son. Well, you really did it now, didn't you? I went, are you kidding me? I said, no. I said, all I did was die. He goes, I know. But it was his way. That told me, that's my dad. But he was about 35, 38 years old. You see, in heaven, you go to what they call your age of perfection, what you're most comfortable with. So there'll be people there that'll be younger, older. You'll all be in perfect health, but it's what you're most comfortable at and what you like. And he knows exactly what age that was when you feel the most perfect about your appearance and everything else, what you enjoy. Well, my dad was about 35, 38 years old. Perfect health. And we talked a little bit, well, we talked a lot, actually, but we interacted back and forth. But I kept seeing that silhouette over there in the far, far distance. And I said, who's that? He says, who do you think it is? Intelligent me. I can't say anything with a positive thing. I went, Jesus? Yes, son, that's Jesus. He's going to teach me even in heaven, I guess. He says, I said, well, how do I get to talk to him? And he says, well, you go over there, and as you approach him, you start with your right knee on the ground, and then your left knee on the ground. And if there's a conversation to be had, he'll start it. I'm going, all righty then. Dad, I love you, but I want to go talk to Jesus. So I started walking over. Took 1, 2. You know what happened? Them cotton-picking doctors and Carol, she wouldn't let them stop. After 15 minutes, they got my heart to go boom, boom. They got my heart going. I'm back in here. I left heaven. Thank you, Carol. Sometimes giving up's good. I came back to my body from perfect peace, no pain, into total chaos, with them breaking my ribs, cutting my throat, sticking tubes down me, and everything else in the world. Fortunately, it didn't last long. It lasted about 20, maybe 30 seconds. And just long enough where the doctor or nurse walked out to Carol, and we're going to tell her we got him heart started. Before she could even get the words out of the ICU, room number 7, lucky 7 if you ever go and gamble. Well, actually it was, I'm here. So out of the room came this. We're losing him, he's gone. And the nurse says to Carol, what do you want us to do? And Carol was very direct. You do everything. She explained we have a living will. She was in control, not the doctors at this point. She was in control. And more than she even knew. Because the reason that I died was negligence. I may have had a mass on my neck, but the doctor that came in wasn't supposed to take it out. The other doctor said he was going to look at it on Monday. This is Sunday. And she decided that she was going to take it out. And then she decided she was going to take it out without doing an x-ray or an MRI to see what would happen to that mass if she took it out. And when she took it out, it rolled over and I suffocated to death. It was her fault. They removed her immediately. Never saw her again in the hospital. They wouldn't even let her come near. Now, I don't know whether she was permanently removed from the hospital or just from that floor, whatever it is, from the ICU. They took it. They were worried about a malpractice suit. And they couldn't have won it. We'd prevailed. But when we told them when it came back, there's no suit. There's no malpractice lawsuit. Number one, things happened. You got to forgive. Nobody did it intentionally to hurt me. And besides that, how? Could I sue somebody who introduced me personally to Jesus? That would have been pretty calloused. So there was none, but they didn't know that at the time, because now they're going to do whatever that lady Carol says, because they don't want to cross her for sure. And they know that they got to do whatever they do. They can't take me off. They can't do anything. You better just do what she says. Just go. The nurse ran back into the thing and said, his wife said, do everything. Now, those are not just my words or her telling me that. They actually have those words written down in the medical records. I learned that they write everything that anybody says in those situations, including the wife, next to kin, the doctors, and it's not just from one person, one doctor. Everyone does. If there's 7 doctors, they all have their version of it at that time frame, and they write it in there. My medical records are extensive. It was like reading, oh, this one said that, oh, this one said that. And they got typos in there, but they made sure they put it down. Excuse me. So now, they go back in there. They start again. Ollie's going to break a few more ribs, going to crush it. They're still trying to get my heartbeat. And of course, I died. And then when I died this time, it was, thank God I died. It was just a few seconds. And then I'm standing back in heaven again. Ah, that same familiar hug and smells and peace and no pain. I felt like I was home. I was home. It was so much better than down there. And down there, that was total chaos. It was insanity. They kept doing everything they could think about doing, but it was chaos. Now, when I came back and I talked to the doctors, I asked them, why didn't you use those little zappers? Going, bzz, you see them on TV, bzz, clear, bzz, right? He said, we couldn't. He says, that you have to have a rhythm, a heartbeat, something that we can stimulate. We had to exercise that muscle to get to the point where we could have a beat that we could put that on. He says, you were flatlined. You weren't almost dead. You weren't just in cardiac having a heart attack. You flatlined. As one pastor said, you were graveyard dead. And he had a better accent than that. He was funny. So, they're down there working on me, but now I'm standing back in heaven, and boy, am I happy about it. So I'm standing in heaven, and of course, now I'm standing outside of a pasture, a field. Over here is the courtyard, the inner courtyard that I call, the trees and the flowers, and I see them all and everything else. But I'm standing here, still trying to take everything, the same familiar smells, and I look across the field, and coming across the field towards me were 2 horses and 3 little dogs. Now, Carol and I had 2 horses. One was Shakush. He was a white Arabian. The other one was Nugget. He was a buckskin, or she was a buckskin quarter horse. Of course, Carol and I had 2 little dogs together. There was a 3rd dog there, but, okay. Now, as they got closer, I recognized them. The white Arabian, Shakush, we called him Shock. It was Shock. Now, you got to understand Shock. Shock had a personality of a playful clown. He thought he was a dog. And you know how little dogs will jump at you and run like this? And they'll come back at you? Well, that's what that horse would do with Carol in the arena and out in the field. Now, she had to be careful because that horse is a little bigger than a dog. A dog will jump off if you push off. They're not going to hurt you. That horse could hurt her. But Shock must have known that too, because he never did hurt her. But they would play like that and just have a ball. That was his personality. And now I'm seeing him in front of me. Now, we had to have both of those horses put down. Shock was 28, 27. And, of course, he had some illnesses and stuff, and we had to have him put down. Now, Nugget was 32. I got it right, okay. And we had to have her put down as well. But there's Shock. Perfect health. Beautiful. No saddle sway, no saddle his mane was perfect, just magnificent. Now, next to him was Nugget. Now, Nugget was a buckskin quarter horse. She likewise now was in perfect health and perfect mane and everything. But Nugget had a whole totally different personality. Nugget was, excuse me, if you'd like, you may pet me. You can comb my hair and brush my tail. I'm so pretty. And she was. But that was her personality. It was a very loving, sweet. She was sweet. I over-exaggerate that, but totally different personalities. Maybe it was a little bit like her. That's why she was, very prissy. And there they were. I'm going like, wow. And then I look at the two little dogs. Now remember, the horses were trotting across the field to me, and the three little dogs, actually, they had little short legs. They're running just as fast as they can go to keep up with those horses. And they get there going, yeah. So I'm looking down, and I recognize the two little dogs. I recognized the first one was Fudge 1. And the other one was Fudge 2. Now, we have Fudge 3 at home right now. He's doing fine. He is sweet, just the nicest little dog. We name all of our dogs Fudge. That way we never get the name wrong. Fudge, yeah. Fudge. Fudge, get over it. We never miss with the name that way. The other dog, I didn't know who it was. Very quiet, pretty little dog. I did not know who that dog was until I came back. And I was explaining to Carol. I was describing, I tell Carol what I saw, right? I'm describing that little dog, and she said, wait a minute. Now we're going to give her age. She went and got a little photo album. Remember those photos? You might not. Remember they used to take pictures and have it in a little album? Now we got the phone. Here, let me go. 5,000 pictures. You see that? There you go. Now, actual pictures. She says, is this the little dog? I said, yes. She says, that little dog's name is Annie. That was her dog before I met her. I've known Carol for over 31 years. And she had that dog before I met her. And she had to have that little dog put to sleep as well. I've never seen the dog. But the little dog's part of our family. Now, let me explain that. You see, your pets, I'm not talking about snakes and spiders if you think that's your pet. I'm talking about the pets that, become part of your family. You love them, and you miss them. We outlive them sometimes. Well, those are a gift from God. And as he explained to me, he said, I will never take a gift that I gave you away from you. Those little pets, part of your family, are there waiting for you in heaven. Now, there's something else about those that you're really going to like. Maybe, maybe not. You see, did you ever wonder what your pets are thinking down here? Yeah? Well, in heaven, you'll know. You see, he's opened up a way that you can actually have a conversation. And I'm real careful about talking about this in a restaurant. I started talking about, so I was talking to my horses with God and Jesus, and they're going to go like, Edith, let's go. That man over there, we got to get out of here. But you can have a conversation with them. You know exactly what they're thinking and what you're thinking. Now, I don't mean like Mr. Ed, hi, I'm the talking horse. That's not what I'm talking about, but you can have a complete conversation with them both ways. And I'm going to warn you about something. You look at your dogs now, and they'll look at you, and you swear they know what you're thinking. You also know this. They know what you're saying. Sometimes you got to start spelling words because they know what the words are. And they'll learn how that is too. They know more than you think. So you better be careful what you're saying around them. Because you may have to talk to them when you get to heaven. But in heaven, you can communicate with your horses, your animals, your pets. So I'm talking. I'm talking to my horses and our little dogs. Now, Annie didn't have a whole lot to say. I'd never met her. She's kind of shy. Carol told me she was always quiet anyway, but I'm just enjoying this like, wow, are you kidding me? Breathe the air. And then I'm looking over there at the silhouette again. And I look at the horses and I say, you know, I really want to go meet Jesus. And they now this sounds strange. You're talking to a horse and a dog. And they go, yeah, I understand. I mean, they know who Jesus is. A conversation with your animals. You know how crazy that sounds? Now you know why I don't talk about it in a restaurant. I'm talking to them, and I said, I want to go talk to Jesus. They understand. So I started to walk over. Now, I know that's Jesus over there because my dad said that was Jesus. So I'm going to 1, 2. You know what Carol and them doctors conspired to do, don't you? She kept on them. They kept beating me up for another 20 minutes. They got my heart started again after another 20. But at this point, I'd been 35 minutes with 0 heartbeat, 0 oxygen. There's not hope for anything at this point. But they're going to keep going because Carol said, you keep going. You do everything. Thanks, honey. I'm in heaven. Absolutely peace, love. But now I'm back in this body. And they have. It's being destroyed. No oxygen has destroyed my brain, destroyed my muscles. It starts after a certain period of time with no oxygen, your skeletal muscles, which are the muscles that hold your muscle to the bone. I didn't even know the thing existed. They get destroyed. Your organs get destroyed. Everything that has oxygen. You have residual oxygen in every cell in your body. And when it doesn't get oxygen, it eats itself. Now, when your brain eats itself, it explodes those cells to get the oxygen. But when it does that, your brain cells never recover. Now, you can cut yourself and, it'll heal. But your brain cells do not. And every memory, every thought process, every function in those brain cells that are destroyed are gone forever. Now, have you seen people with just a matter of a minute or 2 minutes that had a stroke or had brain damage, maybe in a car accident? Some of the brain cells are gone. They have trouble walking, talking, moving. They can't remember who they are. They don't even remember your family. Sometimes they might not remember your wife. They forget how to talk. They forget how to eat. They forget because your brain cells control everything. So depending on which ones were destroyed, is the problems that you're going to have. But you are going to have some disabilities in a matter of minutes. It says 90 seconds, your brain cells without oxygen start to destroy themselves. At 3 minutes, in most cases, now you can learn to develop the deep divers and so on to get ready, but you're still going to have some brain cells that are going to be destroyed. At 4 minutes, you're going to die. At 5 minutes, you're dead. Now, you can recover, but you're going to recover with extreme disabilities, whether you'll be able to talk, think, walk, do whatever. At 15 minutes, there is no recovery. 0. I've been 35. And that's when it starts to eat your muscles and everything else is being destroyed. There's nothing, I had no memory. I had nothing. So they get me back. And thank God. And I mean that literally. It was only for a few seconds. And I died again. And I'm standing in heaven. And I've gone, whew. That's a lot of chaos and pain and panic down there. I get homesick for heaven now. But I was never so happy to be there out of all that craziness. And I'm standing in heaven. I'm standing outside the inner courtyard. Now, this is the 3rd time. First time I got to talk to my dad. I got to talk to my horses. Every time I tried to get to see Jesus, Carol, I love you, honey, is telling me, you don't quit, you keep going. They're breaking ribs, they're doing everything they can, and they were doing what they were supposed to do. They were trying to get me alive. Even though the doctors knew at this point, there is no hope. If we do get him to come back and be able to even just be sustained alive on machines, there's so much brain damage, he's not going to be functional. And they knew that. But Carol wouldn't give up, and I thank you for that. I know I'm teasing you, but I do thank you, honey. So I'm standing back in heaven, and I'm looking, and I'm going, okay, every time I try to walk over there, they make me, I don't know how long I'm going to be here. These doctors and Carol got priors. Every time I start to walk, I don't know how they know it, but they managed to get my heart going. I said, I'm going to go. I'm going to go meet Jesus. I'm not going to talk to horses, my dad, nobody, anybody else gets in my way. I'm going to talk. I want to see Jesus. 1, 2, 3. I'm looking. I'm waiting. Nothing. She's losing her ability. 4, 5, 6. They didn't get it going. I'm going to make it. So I walked, and I did. I didn't know how long I was going to be there, but I knew I wanted to talk to Jesus. I did not know I'm going to be there for 3 days. I didn't know I was going to be there permanently. I didn't know anything at this point. But I'm going to get to talk to him. And I walk, and I approach him. And remember I told you my dad said I'll start with my right knee on the ground and my left knee on the ground? Well, my dad was wrong. You know me, I was pretty arrogant. I told you that. My dad was wrong. I didn't start with my right knee on the ground and my left knee on the ground. I fell full face, flat down, face down, prostate, whatever you say it is, on the ground, straight down. I never hit no knee. Crying like a little baby. Now, I know there's no tears in heaven, but that's no tears of sorrow. Tears of joy and humility, you'll experience it. I dare you to go in front of Jesus, the Creator, your Lord and Savior, and you not have that emotion. I don't dare you. I know you're going to. Trust me. It will happen. But it's not sad. But it is the most humbling thing that you are actually, not in church, not in breathing, not in the Spirit, actually in front of him, and you are in heaven. Everything becomes real. Not theory, not hope, but real. You'll see it one day, and it is amazing. So I'm laying on the ground. I couldn't move. I tried. Jesus stood up, and he walked over to me, and he bent down. He says, give me your hand. And he grabbed my hand. He says, stand. It's going to be okay. He helped me. So I'll get through it. He helps me stand. And he wipes my tears. I'm standing in heaven because Jesus helped me up. And he wiped my tears. And he said, we've much to walk and talk about. You've much to learn. And the first thing out of my mouth should have been, but it wasn't. The first thing out of my mouth was somewhat self-serving. Sad to say. But I hadn't taken up full residency in heaven. I didn't know I was only going to be there temporary for a few days. So I hadn't adopted everything that will happen to you when you get to heaven. And the first thing out of my mouth was, can I go back? Do you think I'd have learned? I need to take care of Carol. I remember her crying. It was destroying her. And it was breaking my heart. And I wanted to comfort her. And I said, can I go back? I need to comfort Carol. Well, that went over real well because it went just like this. He never addressed it. He never acknowledged he even heard it. I went, well, there's my answer. All he says, come, we need to walk and talk. You've much to learn. Well, I was arrogant and I was silly, but my name's not Willie, and I'm not going to do it twice. I didn't ask that question again. I learned to listen. And Jesus and I walked through heaven He showed me multitudes of everything that you can think of. And then he took me outside of time and space and taught me everything that he wanted me to know, from creation all the way through the rapture to the new heavens and the new earth and everything in between. And he did it by visually showing me what was going to take place and then explaining what was going to take place. And he left nothing out. While we were walking through heaven, he showed me where we were going to live. He showed me a lot of things. And then after he was through training and teaching me, which I still didn't understand why, I didn't know I was going back. I'm just absorbing whatever he's going to do at this point. I'm through arguing. I was just amazed that he's teaching me these things. And we end up back at the inner courtyard. And we were sitting on a bench beside the river of life, underneath the canopies. And Jesus was on my right. I'm sitting here on his left. And he started the conversation. And I go, wow, okay. My dad said he'd start a conversation. I didn't know it was going to take this long. I had a lot of lessons, a lot of teaching. He started the conversation. He said, Robert, he said, I heard you when you first came before me. And you said you wanted to go back. You asked if you could go back to comfort Carol. He said, but I could not and would not send you back in that state. Your brain has been destroyed. It does not have the ability to function. It cannot tell your body to do anything. There is nothing there. He says, your body's been ravished. Your organs have been ravished. If I were to send you back in that state, now he's even kind telling me this. He says, he didn't say I was going to be a vegetable. He says, you would be self-contained within that body. Not my body. Not your body. That body. And if I do so, you couldn't comfort anybody. You don't have the ability to do anything. And that body would eventually decay, and you would be back here anyway. Therefore, I will not send you back. I could not send you back like that, because you would just be a burden on everybody. You couldn't comfort anybody. Okay, I'm not going back. And then he said a word. There's two words I want you to remember. However and if. If you ever are talking with Jesus, praying with Jesus, and you hear however or if, you better pay attention. Because there's something coming behind that. You better know what it is that you're agreeing to. Because it's going to be important. He said, however, I could and I would send you back with some caveats, some conditions. Okay. He said, first, I will send you back with a miracle that nobody can deny. Not the doctors, not the scientists, not even yourself. And they and you will know that I am God. I am alive, and I perform miracles today as I did yesterday, and I will tomorrow. I am in charge of everything and everybody. They will not be able to deny that. He says, and then I will give you a new brain in doing so. I will send you back. I will give you a new brain. Not retrain my old one. Not restructure my old one. I will give you a new brain, a new heart, new kidney, new liver. Everything will be brand new as if nothing had ever happened to you. Nothing. He says, and then I will command you, because I will give you a complete memory of your entire life. And I will give you a complete memory of everything I taught you, everything you learned, and everything you experienced in heaven. And I will give that to you with total recall. And I will command you that you will share that with anybody, anywhere, anytime that I put in front of you. And you will also answer anybody's questions from anybody anywhere, anytime that I put in front of you in regards to heaven, God, Jesus, your miracle. He says, and you will do so in truth and spirit. And truth and spirit means this. You do not change anything. You do not add to it. You don't put your understanding, your swing on it. You present it exactly as I taught you, as I showed you. And then when you do that, you have to remember this. You're going to be going back with information and understanding that man has never had. And you will share it. But you cannot convince anybody of anything. You cannot change anybody. And you cannot save anybody. Only I can. Now you present my word, as I told you, in truth and spirit. Then my word, my living word, can convince, can change, and can save. No man's. Now, there will be people that will question you. There will be people that will disagree with you, will not understand it, and you will say things to them that they don't agree with, that they have learned. They did that to me when I was there. They're surely going to do it to you. But you understand that your job is not to change, convince, or save. Your job is to present it. My job is to convince, save, and change. Not you. Takes all the pressure off of me. I'm going, okay, I can handle that. And then he said, and then he said, if. If. There comes that if. If you choose to go back. If I choose, I've got to make a choice about this. I get to go back where they're beating me up, breaking my ribs, or I can stay in heaven. I have to choose. He says, if you choose to go back, there's one more caveat. I said, okay. If you choose to go back, the moment that you enter your body, you will feel every ounce of discomfort, every ounce of pain, and everything that your body is going through and has gone through from the moment you entered the hospital until you leave the hospital. And that includes all surgeries, everything, as if you had no anesthesia. Then he gave me another if. He said, if you survive that, if I survive that, if you survive that, then I will allow the doctors to continue with the new organs, new brains, and everything that I've given you to mend the rest of your body back to perfect health. And then you will fulfill the commands that I gave you. Now, I will search your heart, your soul, your mind, your very essence to make sure you have the right reasons. You choose. I chose. I must have had the right reasons because I'm here. And immediately I was back in my body. Sorry. And he didn't lie. I felt everything. I felt every surgery. I felt when they were going inside my lungs through my trachea, scraping the inside of my lungs to get the blood off. I felt them put a needle through my shin bone to the bone marrow. Do you know your bones have nerves? Because that was the quickest way they could get medicine in. I felt everything. I remember in surgery crying out. He said, they won't know that you can feel. Because, well, number one, they assume you're dead. And number two, they still have you on all these paralyzing drugs or whatever, propofol and Nubrafol or whatever those things are. Civital, I don't know what they get. But you're not supposed to feel anything. But you will. And I remember in surgery, holler, begging, stop, stop. They couldn't hear me. They just continued on. Somehow, with him, his strength, I got through that. And I made it through all those. And I am here. And I am doing everything I can to do exactly as he commanded me to do, to share his word, his message, answer those questions. It is a job, it isn't work, it's a blessing. It truly is. So, I'm going to get there. All right? So, I want to explain to you, as my lovely bride keeps going, she got signals. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, time out, land a plane. She's my keeper, I guess. My controller. So, I want to go back a little bit. Remember, I died on the 19th of May, and I came back on the 23rd of May. Well, every day from the 19th to the 23rd, the doctors went to my wife and tried to convince her to end everything. Because at this point, I had been 90 minutes, zero oxygen. There's nothing left. If they get me, the machines were keeping everything going, just like, an organ donor, they'll keep your body alive so the organs don't deteriorate, but you're gone, you're dead, you're not there. And nor was I. I was dead. But they didn't know I was coming back. They couldn't know. They're trying to convince Carol, no, you've got to end this. There is no hope. Well, this is actually kind of funny. The doctor that actually did the MRI on the 19th that pronounced me dead, well, he was there on the 23rd. And he just about had Carol convinced that they should end it. And Carol, I think she mentioned this, had her two fingers. We used to hold hands in the car like this. She put her fingers in my hand. Of course, she's over there. I can't take my arm off and put it over. Well, I guess I could go like this. So this was like this. So I'm holding her hands, but it was with the right hand. She had her fingers in my hand, and the doctor's talking about, well, we're going to convince her to not do this. And I'm going like, hold on, people. You're going to have to stop here a minute. I'm in here. No, they still have me paralyzing drugs and everything else, so I can't do anything. I can't talk. There's still a trach in me. They have me on that propofol, methopol, and everything else. So, why do they do that to a dead person? I guess that's their protocol. So you don't do something stupid? I don't know. Maybe they can bill you more? Who knows? So she's got her fingers in there, and it was all I could do to squeeze her fingers. I had to let her know. I squeezed her fingers. She squeezed mine back. And I squeezed hers back again. She got greedy, tried to squeeze and wanted more. I didn't have it in me. That's all you're getting is 2, baby. That's it. You can give me 3, 4, 5. I'm only answering you twice here. Carol told the doctor. The doctor said, no, that's just the body death doing weird retractions and stuff. He said, okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to lower all the drugs down to 0. And I will show you that there's nothing in there. Because they've already done the test. They shot ice water in my ear. They scrape your eyeball. They stick you with needles. Everything they can think of to make sure you're dead. They did an MRI. They're going to make sure you're dead. Well, they were pretty convinced I was dead. Carol wasn't going for it. No, you do everything you can. So the doctor comes back. He lowered all the drugs, and he comes back. Now, this is the only, I'll make sure I don't trip on nothing here. It's the only doctor's name that we use. And he knows it because we changed his name. Not his real name, but his new name. His name is Dr. Gouda. He was the leading pulmonologist in the country. He's the one that pronounced it. Pretty smart man. But he's about to show you how smart he really was. He knows he's got a dead man here, has no brain, but he's going to talk to him. So Dr. Gouda gets that little metal stool that you always see with wheels. Do you ever wonder why those wheels are on there? The little stainless steel ones? There's a reason. He pulls that stool up next to me. And I'm not going to... You could probably squat way down, but I'm not going to. You're young. Sitting on that stool next to me. And he gets right next to my ears. Now he's about to talk to a dead man. Smart man. But he's going to talk to a dead man. And ask him to do something. Now, it wasn't enough that they did an MRI and they shot ice water in my ear and got no reaction, scraped my eyeballs and stick me with everything else, and there's no tactile stimulation at all. He's going to talk to me. And he screams at the top of his lungs. My name is Dr. Gouda. Like the cheese. From then on, he's known as Dr. Cheese to my wife. She went to his office a couple of weeks, still calls him Dr. Cheese. Now here comes his intelligence. I'm not demeaning you if you're watching this. It's just funny. If you can hear me, if I can hear him, he's screaming in my ears. Of course, if I could hear him, I'm supposed to be dead. You know I'm not going to hear you. And if I wasn't, you're screaming at the top of your lungs directly in my ear. Of course I could hear you. Armida, if you can hear me, raise your arms. Raise my arms. Are you serious? I couldn't react when you shot ice water in my ear. I couldn't react if you scraped my eyeballs. I had no reaction. It's all on the brain things. Both arms. Straight up. Them wheels came in handy. What the? Backed up. He went a little faster. And that kind of looks at me and looks at Carol and goes, he said a few words I don't want to repeat. This is impossible. There's no way. He sneaks back up on that little stool. Now, he didn't learn the first time. He's going to go in for the second time. Wiggle your feet. That stool goes back. Wiggle both feet. You think he'd learn? Nope. Scoots back in. Now, you got to understand something. I'm laying there. When you're dead, your eyes don't close. Second, they have to preserve the eyes because they were still supposed to do it, what they're supposed to do. So they have this jelly type stuff. It's not Vaseline, but it's like this real thick jelly stuff that they put on your eyes so they don't dry out and crack. But that's on there. So I look like a dead fish with these bulging eyes with gel all over them. Look at me! He scooted back. He goes like, no. No, this is not happening. I'm looking at him, fish eyes and all. And he still won't get it. Blink! Did you ever try and blink with Vaseline in your eye? I blinked. Not good enough. Blink faster. I blinked as fast as I could. He backed up and he goes, okay, I don't know what's going on. Raise the drugs as high as they go. That's it. I don't know whether he thought he had a zombie or what he had. I don't know. But he said, we've got to figure this out. He didn't know what was going on. This is impossible. There's no way this is medically supposed to be happening. And he told Carol, he says, I've got to do some more MRIs. And Carol, of course, says, okay, good, I'll wait. And Carol, the doctor says, no. He says, it's going to take a while. He says, we've got other people scheduled, and, basically, this is the dead man. We're We don't know what's going on here, but we'll get them done tonight. You come back tomorrow. You go home. You get some rest. Carol never left. He told her, go home, get some rest. Come back in the morning. We'll have the results of the new MRIs. Carol reluctantly did. She went home. I'm glad she did. She finally got to get some rest. Probably didn't get much sleep. Did you get any sleep? No. Not that night. Well, she was excited, I guess. They do the MRIs of everything, and Carol comes in the next morning. And she walks in and says, honey, you want to come and say it? I'll let her tell you, because it's her saying what I'll let her tell it. Did you get it on?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I walked in, and the nurse was in his room on the computer. And I said, are the MRI results back yet? Yeah, they're back. What do they say? You know I can't tell you. What? You just read them to me. I'll figure them out. No, the doctor has to tell you. Are you serious?
Well, she knows this.
Then I said to the
She
nurse,
knows that.
if this were your husband and you could read that, what would you think? Oh, I'd be very optimistic. The doctor came in, read the report, and said there's no brain damage. None. No anoxia, no stroke. I thought he'd had a stroke. His blood pressure went from 300 to 40. 300, 40, with
Well,
nothing
having fun on a
stopping in
roller coaster.
between. Which is sure sign that a stroke at 300 with your blood pressure. And then all of the anoxia, 90 minutes without oxygen. There was no damage to his brain whatsoever.
It was not even the same brain.
So for about 2 hours, I was walking on air. I was crying happy tears. And then the hit realized me. Our living will says if he has to live the rest of his life on a ventilator, he doesn't want to do that. So I had a man who had a perfect brain, could understand everything I was about to say. And if we couldn't get him to come off of the ventilator and breathe, I would have to say goodbye to him, and he would know what I was doing. So then I went downhill again. Cried that time because I was sad.
I told you she cries a
I
lot.
cry a lot. So it was a hard time. It was a hard time. About 2 days later, the discharge planner came to me, and I shared with her. She said, you look really down. I shared with her what I was dealing with, this emotional roller coaster. And she said, oh, don't worry about that. We have a ventilator unit in Fort Worth that has an incredibly high wean rate, like 90%. If he can't get off the ventilator here, we'll send him to Fort Worth. I cried because I was happy. I did a lot of crying.
Well, let me explain a couple of things there. Number one, she didn't know. She's dealing in human terms, earthly terms. She didn't know what Jesus was doing. She was dealing with a person that was dead, that was muscles, everything were destroyed. But she didn't know that Jesus was going to take care of all of it. They just didn't know that. The doctors couldn't understand how this is a brand new brain, because it was not the same brain. It was totally different. Totally. Not a thing wrong with it. Now, I want to point out something here. A lot of miracles came to play. Number one, my brain cells were destroyed. When brain cells are destroyed, they never recover. All those memories are gone. Every memory in my life was gone. Every function in my life, in my body, from that brain was gone. Yet I had a new brain. Now I ask you this, who, and only who, would know every moment in my life? Even I couldn't. And who, and only who, could plant? Never forget, give me a new brain. Who could plant all of those images in that brain, in those brain cells, completely? Now, maybe man one day may be able to do brain transplants. They've done heart transplants. But there's no way they can know anybody's memories. Can't do it. Only God. There is no way that anybody can deny that God did what he said and sent me back with a miracle that nobody could deny. Nobody. And I'm here before you, And I don't. Well, she says, yeah, I don't know, you might have a few things wrong with you. But physically, I have nothing wrong with me. Absolutely nothing. I mean, I tease her. I died on the 23rd, I died on the 19th. I came back on the 23rd of May. So the 23rd of May this year, just a little bit ago, I turned 2. On the 24th of May, the following day, it's kind of, think about this. I died the day before my actual birthday, too. 24th of May, I turned 77. So I went from 2 to 77 in one day. I'm aging fast. But then next year I'll be 3 instead of 77. I'll go to 3, and then the next day I'll go to 78. My wife doesn't know for sure, and she's scared to death she's going to go through the terrible 2s, the terrible 3s. She doesn't know what she's going to go through. She may be going with a regressive 77 kid. She doesn't know. I said, it's okay, honey. We'll be all right. The only thing that I am blessed to do now, I died at 75, is to share Jesus, his love, and answer questions. What? I know what's coming. Come on, honey. And see if I'm wrong.
So when you're in ICU for an extended period of time, it's very common that people get what they call an ICU psychosis, and you get very disoriented. So he had been in bed at least 21 days at this time, and he was off the ventilator, and the respiratory therapist said, we're taking him off the ventilator. I'm going to stay right here. If he needs it back, I'm here. We'll put it back on. Once it came off, it never went back on. That one day, it was done, and that was it. So then they could get him out of bed. And the first day they got him out of bed, it took 3 people. His trunk muscles were just gone. He couldn't sit up. He couldn't use his arms. He couldn't use his legs. 3 people got him into a chair beside the bed. And he's looking around. He goes, get me the keys. There's no motor, babe. No, there's a motor. Give me the keys. If I get it started, I get out that door, I can go right on home. Babe, it's 45 miles. No, it isn't.
Wait a minute.
Where we live.
Stop.
Ah,
I wasn't crazy. They had me on a lot of drugs.
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So where we live, there's a long driveway, and there's a ranch there, and they have a barn. He thought that we put him in a chair on top of the barn, and he could drop off that barn and go across the pasture and right over to our house.
Made sense to me.
Made sense. Okay. So then they moved him out of intensive care down to critical care. Still not able to stand, couldn't even stand. But he started to eat. And the first day he ate, it was either yogurt or pudding, something like that. And he goes like this. Babe, I know I have 2 mouths, but I can't remember which one I eat with. Eat with the bottom one and talk with the top one. Oh, that's it. Oh.
I was on drugs.
First day he gets physical therapy. He stands up and he's on a walker. And he stood to the count of like 5 and he collapsed back to the bed. And the physical therapist said, well, that's enough for today. And she picks his feet up, puts him in bed, tucks him in. She leaves. He goes, honey, she only put 2 of my legs up there. Could you please put the other 2 up? Yep. I got down and picked him up. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, thank you.
You forget to tell them I was on drugs.
No.
She likes to laugh and make fun of me. Okay, so let's do this. Let's take about a 5 or a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll answer any of your questions that you have about God, Jesus, heaven, the miracle, whatever you want. Do not ask me about the lottery numbers. I don't know. Okay, but anything else is fine. They've got some that have come in. This is live. So they've got some questions that have come from other people and the internet, I guess, and we'll answer those, but we'll answer all yours personally as well. So why don't we take about a 5-minute break? I do that now because they keep telling me, honey, they need to take a break. Because I used to talk 16 hours straight and never take a break. Which mouth? Both of them. Go ahead and take a quick break.
stepped into a golden light where fear had lost its name. Every shadow fell behind, and nothing felt the same. Every burden slipped away, like it was never mine. In the warmth of something holy, in a peace I can't define. And I heard a voice like kindness calling deep within. By the river of life I stand, peace like I've never known. Every tear is washed away in the presence of your throne. All the pain I carried here fades into the light. By the river of life I stand, and everything is right. Oh, by the river of life, I see faces I have missed, no more sorrow in their eyes. Every story now completed in truth that never dies. No more questions left unanswered, no more searching for a way. Every longing finally resting in the fullness of this place, and the sound of endless mercy rising like a hymn. By the river of life I stand, held within your grace. Every broken part restored in the glory of your face. All the weight I carried along, gone without a trace. By the river of life I stand, finally home in this place. No more night, no more fear, only love is living here. Every breath, every sound echoes holy all around, and the light will never fade in the beauty you have made. All I am and all I'll be, resting in eternity. By the river of life I stand, peace beyond all time. Every sorrow left behind in this love that is divine. From the first breath to this place, I was always in your hands. Now forever I will stand by the river of life. By the river, by the river of life. nights I cried alone, in the days I felt unknown, in the silence of my pain, you were calling out my name. When my faith began to shake, when my heart was bound to break, through the shadows, through it all, you were there to catch my fall. Even when I couldn't see, you were reaching out for me. You were there all along. In the weak you were my strong. In the breaking, in the fall, you were holding through it all. Every tear, every cry, never once escaped your eyes. Now I know where I belong. You were there all along. All along, you were there. In the questions I held tight, in the battles I would fight, in the moments I gave in, you were pulling me within. Even when I turned away, still your love refused to fade. Every step, both lost and found, you were always all around. Through the distance, through the doubt, you were working it all out. You were there all along. In the night that felt so long, in the silence, in the storm, you were keeping me from harm. Every tear, every cry, you were standing by my side. Now I see it, now I'm strong. You were there all along. I thought I walked this road alone, thought I had to make it on my own. But every step I couldn't see, you were right there next to me. Now the past begins to fade in the light of all your grace. Every moment, every breath was held in your hands. You were there all along. In the weak you were my strong. Through the valley, through the flame, you were calling me by name. Every tear, every cry was a step that brought me life. Now forever I'll belong. You were there all along, and I'll never walk alone. Now I know, now I know. You were there all along. every time we choose to give, every time we choose to live, with a heart that looks like yours, heaven touches earth once more. In the small things no one sees, in the quiet acts of peace, there's a light that starts to shine every time we're kind. It's a spark that grows inside, like a fire we can't hide. Every mercy leaves a trace, every kindness, every grace, like a light we cannot hide. You are shining from inside. Every word and every deed is a chance to plant a seed. Let the world reflect your face. Every mercy leaves a trace. Oh, let it shine, let it shine. When we lift the fallen up, when we fill the empty cup, when we choose the higher way, love is on display. In forgiveness and release, in the fight to bring back peace, there's a power heaven sends. When compassion wins, it's a fire in our soul, calling us to let it show. Every mercy leaves a trace, every kindness, every grace, like a light we cannot hide. You are shining from inside. Every life we choose to reach is a living testimony. Let the world reflect your face. Every mercy leaves a trace. It's in every open hand, every time we choose to stand. For the broken, for the lost, no matter what the cost, we are living, breathing proof of the love that comes from you. Let it shine in all we do. Let it shine in truth. Every mercy leaves a trace, every kindness, every grace, like a light we cannot hide. You are shining from inside. Every heart can be a flame, lifting high your holy name. Let the world reflect your face. Every mercy leaves a trace. Let it shine, let it shine. Every mercy leaves a trace. Walk through valleys dark and deep, where fear tried to steal my sleep. Every trial, every pain, felt like I was drowning in the rain. But there was a voice inside my soul, a steady hand that made me whole. Through every night, through every fall, I felt you holding me through it all. Even when the waves came crashing down, were steady, never bend. I am stronger than the storm. When the night feels long and warm, I will rise, I will stand, held forever. Before the mountains learned to stand, before the oceans found the sand, there was a voice, there was a flame. Love was calling out your name. Before the stars were hung in space, before the dawn had found its place, a sacred whisper filled the dark. You are mine, the first remark. In the silence you were there. Love was forming everywhere. Love spoke and the world began. Breath of God in the heart of man. Light broke through the endless night. Carried on your word of life. Every soul from the start, your plan was clear. Love was always here. From the dust you shaped our frame, placed eternity in our name. Every heartbeat, every breath, held within your life and death. Even when we turned away, still your love refused to fade. Through the fall, through every scar, you have loved us as we are. Through the ages, through it all, love remains, it never falls. Love spoke and the world began. Breath of God in the heart of man. Through the rise and through the fall, you have always been our all. Every life a sacred thread, by your hand is gently led. From the start, your plan was clear. Love was always here. Not by chance and not by fate, every soul was formed in grace. Every story, every breath, held beyond the reach of death. From the first light shining through, all creation points to you. Love spoke and the world began. Breath of God in the heart of man. Every star and every sea echoes through eternity. From the first light to the end, you are where all life begins. And forever we will hear. Love was always here. Love was always here. Love was always here.
This is actually the fun part. We get some pretty wild questions sometimes. They're not dress rehearsed. We just take them as they are. And hopefully unless we get something that's really off color, we're probably not going to answer that. But I don't think we're going to have the word testing. Can I have this mic? 1001, 1002. Time's up. Oh, very good. Did you hear? How about my mic? Can I turn mine up? Hello? 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 Can you go? Okay. I'm going to use both here. This is for you guys to ask questions. I'll read the questions first. And I'll read one, and if somebody has a question, raise your hand, and we'll get that. And then we'll go back to read one, and then we'll go back the other way. So we try and get through all of them, okay? All right, the first question here is, were you judged before entering heaven? Absolutely. Everybody was. You were judged, tried, and convicted. It was sin. The sentence and the wages of sin are death. The death that they're speaking of is separation from God. And when he forgave you, he paid the price for your sin. You see, you were sentenced to separation from God. But when you chose to believe in him, he paid that sentence and fulfilled it for you. It's when he was crucified, he conquered death. He overcame death. That means death no longer had a hold on you. Physical or spiritual, you are no longer separated from God. Now I'm going to go back in scriptures just a little bit here, because no question ever has one answer. There are multiple scriptures that apply to that. In Matthew, it talks about, and this was after the ascension, after Jesus was dead in the ground for 3 days and rose and ascended to heaven. The people at the time were saying, well, that's fine. You overcame death for yourself. You went. But what about us? How about our death? Our ancestors, our people. Did you conquer death for all? And Jesus, of course, said yes. But what he did was he showed them so they could have no doubt. They saw him ascend into heaven. They didn't know for really who Jesus was, but they saw him die and ascend and raise from the dead. In Matthew, it talks about the dead rose from the grave. Moses, Abraham, David, and a few others that were present, alive, and died within their time. They saw them. They knew who they were, and they died, and they know they were in the ground for a long time. So what Jesus did, he raised them from the dead. And Abraham, Moses, David, all those, they walked amongst them at the time physically for about a month and a half, 2 months, to show that he conquered death for all. And then they returned to the grave, paradise, where they are to this day until he returns. So he showed them that the dead he can cover, and he conquered death. Your death, separation from God, is judged, sentenced, only waiting to have the sentence paid. Jesus paid that price in full. When you accept him, your payment, your penalty, your sentence is served. It's done. Jesus paid that price for you. So yes, I was judged. Now those, I'm going to assume this question is dealing with, well, what about the judgment at the end? The only one that has to be worried about being judged are those that do not believe in him and are not accepted. They will be judged. They will stand before him and give a complete accounting for everything, and he will tell them everything that they did in their life, good and bad. You see, you've already been judged. Your sins are forgiven. Far from the east is from the west, never to be brought up again. So no, you do not have to go for another judgment seat. It's done. It's over. You will enter heaven. Those that do not believe will be judged. And here's something that you need to understand. Jesus will not send one person to hell for whatever sin they do. What? No. He won't send a person to hell. He's not going to send anybody to hell. Does that mean everybody's going to heaven? No, it doesn't. That's not what it means. You see, his love is so pure. If he were to send somebody to hell, if he would send them there, he would be taking into an account a wrong suffered, wouldn't he? And he says, I do not take into an account a wrong suffered. That is not love. But love does give you what you ask for. And you see, that person that refuses, when they're presented at that moment with what Jesus did, paying the price, as it says in John chapter 6, verse 28 and 29, and the disciples, they were asking him, what are the works of God that we must do? And Jesus said in verse 29, the work of God is to believe in the one he sent. Only believe in the one he sent. Not get down, don't go to church, don't become nice, don't clean yourself up. None of that, just believe. No works. Remember it says the work of God, not man, of God. See, no man can do any work to get to heaven. One way, and that's through Jesus. And that's his work. So when you are at that moment and you are presented with that and you have free choice and free will, and you understand what he did, that payment that he paid, Jesus, they give you faith, not of your own. It's his, it's a gift. And by grace, a gift, not of your own, it's his. You accept that payment by believing, he pulls you into everlasting life. And when you're there, your sins will never be brought up again. Never. You're judged, tried, convicted, and sentence was passed. Those that reject and say, no, I will not accept that payment, they chose death. Separation from God. It was their choice. I do not want to live with God. I do not want to accept what you did. I will pay the price for my sins myself. They just set themselves up as God and said, no, I will not accept it. And therefore, they're responsible for payment, and the payment of that is separation from God, spiritual death. He said, when they come before me, I will only tell them one thing after they've done it. You're not going to spend all of eternity in hell because I'm sending you there. I will not send you there. You chose. Your choice. That's what you chose, separation from me. I am merely giving you what you asked for. If you didn't want it, don't ask. He's not going to send them. And then they will jump into hell, and it's a lot worse than you think. Because the very last thing that they will remember on the very tip of their tongue for all of eternity, and here I did use the word of eternity because that denotes there is a time, a period of lapsing time that's never ending. Heaven, there is no time. It's different. It's an eternal existence, living with God. Hell, they will be in all of eternity, and it will never end. But they will be aware of time passing as they're falling. And that's what they will do, is they will fall for all of eternity and never know if or when they're going to land. And falling, not knowing that, is horrible enough in itself. They'll be agitated, demons, everything will be done, and it will be hot. It'll be hot for a reason. But the last thing they're going to remember is this. You chose, and you're in hell, falling, because you chose your pride that you wanted to be your God. You're going to take care of it, and you rejected the life that I offered. And they'll fall knowing that the only reason that they're in hell is because it was their choice. All they had to do was accept and believe in Jesus. But their pride wouldn't let them do it. And they will fall for all of eternity. Now, we all heard about fire and brimstone and all that. Well, a real simple explanation of that is, remember, he's going to destroy by fire the old heaven, and all things old will pass away by fire. And that's what's going to create the hell in that dimension that they're going to be falling through. As the universe is right now, it continues to expand. That's why it will never end. And that's what they will be falling in, knowing it was their choice. So those that believe, you've been judged. Before you get to heaven, your sentence was paid, and you accepted payment. Jesus paid it for you. Okay, did you learn anything? No. It says, did you learn anything about reincarnation? Yes, I can tell you this, it's not true. You're not reincarnated. You don't have multiple lives. You have one life. This is it. The next life is either in heaven or hell. Bottom line. A lot of good religion, a lot of good fairy tales, a lot of good presumptions, and a lot of things that people come and say, but there is no reincarnation. You don't come back as a dog, a cat, a monkey, or anything. You are a human. You are created in His image, and that means in His likeness. And if you came back as a dog, they were not created in His likeness. If you come back as a cat, a monkey, a giraffe, you were not created in His likeness. The only created being that was made in His likeness, and that means that you have a soul, and you have the ability to love, empathy, and understanding, is mankind. That includes women. I'm not trying to get you out there. Okay? So no. How would you describe the physical appearance of Jesus? Beautiful. He's a man. I'm a man, but He's beautiful. His physical attributes are he's about 5'8", 5'9". If I had to give you weight, maybe 175, 180s. I'm not that good of a judge in that, but he's not fat, he's not slim, he's not like you, the Hulk. This guy over here, he's I'm going to make sure I don't make it. If you want the microphone, you can have it, man. He's perfect. His nose is straight. It's not bulbous or crooked or anything of that nature. His hair is dark hair. He wears it about this long. It kind of comes back down to about here. It's not a shag. It's very kept, very well neat. It's darkish brownish black, I guess is what I would call it. His beard is short, very trimmed, perfect. He doesn't have a long beard. He doesn't have hair coming down to here, flowing. Sorry, that's not what he looks like. His eyebrows are full. They're not bushy or like caterpillar eyebrows. Not like mine, I have none. I'm going like, are they there? And Carol keeps telling me, when you get your hair cut, get your eyebrows trimmed. Like, it's trimmed, there's nothing there to trim. I'm afraid they're going to cut them and take it off. I look like Tammy Faye Baker on steroids. I have to paint an eyebrow. His eyebrows are perfect. He's perfect. Now, you also have to understand something. We've all met men, boys, women, and girls throughout our life. And when we see them, we've met some women, and you go like, wow, man, she's beautiful. She's gorgeous. And then you get to know her. And the ladies, don't sit there and act smug. You look at men and go, man, he's handsome. And then you get to know him. And you go, what happened to you? And we also know it the other way. You see somebody that's kind of homely, maybe not so good looking, and, maybe no eyebrows, a little bowling hair. Maybe the ladies, she's kind of homely, not real, And you go, But then you get to know them. And you go, man, when did you get so beautiful? When did you get so handsome? How many people are married? Okay, well, how many have girlfriends? I don't care. Do you ever notice that the more you get to know somebody, they become more appealing, more beautiful? That's because you're getting to know the inner person. And as you get to know that inner person, the true beauty comes out, or the pure ugly comes out. Either way. But with Jesus, when you see him, first of all, we are dealing with physical appearances here on earth. And I understand the inquisitive question of what does Jesus look like? I understand that. But the reality is we're trying to see it because of a physical appearance that we can apply to him in our understanding. In heaven, it's going to be different. Because physical appearances mean nothing. Because that has to deal with vanity, pride. You don't have that in heaven. But you will see them in their perfect inner beauty coming out. And when you see Jesus, he'll be the most beautiful man you've ever seen. Man or woman, I'm a man. I don't identify as a woman. I'm a man. I don't identify as a cat or a dog. I'm a man. But yet Jesus is beautiful. Now his eyes. His eyes. You've never seen anything like it. His eyes are just penetrating, but not staring you down. When he looks at you, it's pure love coming out of them. They sparkle, they shine, they glisten. They almost change colors as they're coming out, depending on the mood and what he's saying. You've looked at people and their dark eyes, evil meat, man. Yet you can look at them again and their eyes are just bright. And you love, and the whole eye color changes. Well, Jesus' eyes, when he looks at you, his love, his compassion, his understanding comes out and it penetrates your eyes. And when he looks at you, you are the most important person in front of him. He doesn't look like I'm looking around. We have a tendency to do that as humans. But in heaven, when Jesus looks at you and he's talking to you, he looks straight at you. He doesn't deviate. He doesn't go left and right. And his love, his compassion, he's not trying to stare you down. His love and compassion comes out and just is absorbed into you. And you feel that. And he makes you like you're the only person in the entire universe. He doesn't look left. He doesn't look right. His total attention is undivided and straight on you because you're that important to him. And he wants you to know that his love is coming through. We can't do that. But he can. He's God. He's omnipresent. And he can do that to 1 million people at the same time. That's an advantage that he has. But then we're not God, and we never will be God. So don't think you're going to get to heaven and you're going to be God or God-like. No, not going to happen. Your thoughts on how your physical brain can remember your spiritual experience in heaven. Can we access marriage of our spirit soul?
So yours is unique because God gave you a new brain. But when people have near-death experiences, their souls leave,
Okay.
have an experience, and then their physical brain remembers that experience. So can we get access to that soul's memories
Well,
somehow?
there's a little things there that have to be clarified. Okay, and I will certainly do that. Thoughts on how your physical brain can remember your spiritual experience in heaven. My physical brain can remember my spiritual experience in heaven because it's actually physical. I didn't have a spiritual dream or a spiritual experience, although it was spiritual, yes. I met Jesus. I was physically there. He physically taught and showed me everything. And I can tell you this, that when Jesus teaches you something, you don't forget. Because you will pay attention. You can't help it. Every word he says is with purpose and meaning. And when you hear him talk, he'll pause in between to make sure you understand what he's saying. There is another thing of how I can experience it and recall it, and it's kind of strange, and I cannot explain it, nor can the doctors, and this was brought out to me. They have a lot of neurologists and everybody examining my brain and everything else, and in so doing, they had the old MRIs, the new MRIs, and there's a little part inside my new brain that's not in the old brain. that is right in the center, that's right by, I guess, the cortex or whatever it is, I don't know, that's functioning, electrical things and thoughts going in. We don't know what it does because it's not there. But I have that now. So is that why I can recall, or is it because he put it in there so much? I don't know. He told me he would give me a total recall of everything in my life and everything that he taught me. So it is unique. Remember your spiritual experience in heaven. Can you access memories of your spiritual or soul? Okay, first of all, the near-death experience is what you're talking about. Okay. Now, a near-death experience is where you come close to death. You may even die for 30 or 40 seconds. But you haven't entered heaven. Your soul is still attached to your body. What you are hearing and what you are seeing is a vision, a dream, a manifestation of something that he availed to you. That's like in the Old Testament. He showed people the opening the veil, if you would call it. Showed them dreams and images of heaven so that they could understand and see things and come back and relay that to other people. And he does that today through NDEs. But you actually aren't leaving your body. Even if you're dead for a little bit, there's a difference between having an NDE and actually dying and going to heaven. Now, he will allow people to enter heaven partially in certain areas to see everything, but your soul is still attached to your body. Okay? So no, you can't just access that. Now, a person that did have that NDE will have a memory of it, and you can access it. They can access that. But you cannot manifest or make yourself say, well, I'm going to touch this soul, and I'm going to go to heaven. Now I want to go to heaven. There are those out there that claim to be prophets and prophetesses, and I'm not going to mention names because that's their problem. But they claim they can go to heaven whenever they want. Well, I'm sorry. That's not true. There are a lot of people that say they're fortune tellers and soothsayers and everything else, and the Bible even warns you, beware of them. Those are false teaching, false prophets. Somebody tells you they can go to heaven on command. When did they become God? Because Jesus said there's only one way to get into heaven, but you got a new way? I think you ought to take that up with Jesus, but that's between them and there. So beware when somebody tells you that. They can certainly have near-death experiences, spiritual visions and dreams, and he will teach people through dreams and visions, and he will give you those things so that you can share that. He does that all the time. But you don't get to command it. You're not in control. Did God create dinosaurs and then destroy them in a devastation event? Does anybody recall this question? I think that's devastation event. Okay. Yes, he created dinosaurs. He created Neanderthals. He created cavemen. He created a lot of things. Did he destroy them? No. They were destroyed as a result of the... Okay. I'm going to have to go way back now, okay? Or you're going to get lost. So very simply, creation, everybody thinks creation is the beginning of everything, correct? But that's not true. Creation is a result and effect of a cause. Creation is not the cause of everything happening, everything coming into it. Like creation is the Big Bang effect. That's the cause of everything. That's not true. See, God always existed. He was the perfect love, the perfect relationship of love, invisible, the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. They engulfed and filled everything. There was nothing else. Invisible, perfect love. And what happened was, love, as he explained to me, continues to grow and expand. And when creation was going to come about, it wasn't because he needed anything. He was in perfect relationship. God needed nothing. He didn't need you. He didn't need you. He didn't need me. He needed nothing. He said, if I fulfilled my need, if I needed something and I fulfilled it for me, that would be self-serving. His love is so perfect, so pure, that didn't even possibly happen. He says, yet, what you have to understand is the cause of creation coming about. Creation is the effect, not the cause. The cause was his love. As he told me, and I would ask everybody here, and I usually ask this question, everybody says, well, God spoke everything into existence. Anybody hear that? What did he say? Well, you say it. If he spoke it, he had to say something. A lot of people say, well, let there be light. No, that was in Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. That was a recreation. See, we have to go all the way back and understand from his perspective what happened. When his love was going to, and it continued to grow, he showed me and he says, you see anything? And I said, no, there's nothing there. And there wasn't. He says, exactly, there's nothing. Everything came from me, not from anything. My love, my perfect love, was growing, and it needed to expand. He said, I'm going to speak 2 words, and these are the words that he spoke everything into existence with. And he said, love, overflow. And he allowed his love to overflow. And out of his love came everything. Everything in the cosmos, every molecule, everything, every plant, everything came out of his love overflowing. That's what creation is the result of his love overflowing. And when he did so, it was perfect. He doesn't create chaos. He doesn't create things that are bad. Yet in Genesis 2, it says and it became formless and void. And void means chaotic state. He didn't create everything in a chaotic state. He created it perfect. So what was the cause of the chaotic state happening? That's where we got to. There had to be a cause and effect. He sees that for everything. The cause was Satan being cast out of heaven. It was so devastating, and it caused a disruption in everything throughout the entire universe. Things started getting in disorder. Before that, planets were all perfect in alignment. Then they started colliding into each other, black holes and stars, all kinds of crazy stuff. Asteroids being created from explosions and everything. And he did have dinosaurs. Remember, there's no time at this point. Time did not exist until about 6,000 years ago when sin entered the world. And that spiritual death that entered. There was decay, but you got to remember, he uses markers, not time. Genesis 3, it says there was morning and there was night. That's not a literal 24-hour-a-day period. Time did not exist even then. He used the markers. Well, this happened here. This was morning, and we'll call this evening. And in between that, a lot of things happened. Those are markers, but there is no time. Time did not exist. Man tries to measure that, but you can't. As he said, you cannot measure something that did not exist, no matter how hard you try, because there was no time. Now, we'll assign time to it, but that's man's theory. That's not the reality. We can put time in there so we can try and understand it, but that's man's. That's not God, because time did not exist then. But it went into chaos. There were dinosaurs. Did dinosaurs exist? Yes, dinosaurs existed. Cavemen existed. Neanderthals existed. But you didn't come from them. You didn't come from a tadpole. You didn't come from a Neanderthal. I don't care who tells you. Your DNA is traced back to Neanderthals. That is somewhat true, but it's a partial truth. You see, nobody, even a scientist will admit this, knows 100% of your DNA. Now, what they do is they say, well, we know this much of it, and if it's only just 0.1%, we don't know what that is. So what they do is they extrapolate forward and fill in that 0.1% of what they think it would be that would fit their theory. Now, is there some of your DNA in the Neanderthals? Absolutely. That doesn't mean that you came from them. Is your DNA in cavemen? There's some of your DNA in cavemen. Not 100% of it. You're not identical. See, 0.1% changes your entire species. It changes everything. Now, I'm going to ask you something. How many of you think you came from a banana? It's kind of funny to think about, isn't it? But do you know that 42% of your DNA is in a banana? Your DNA is in a banana. Well, if I wanted to extrapolate forward and fill in what's not in the banana and guess on it, I could say you're related to a banana. It's no different. None. Absolutely none. And you're not related to a banana. Second, God created you. He created Adam out of the dust and Eve out of a rib. And I'm going to get to that in just a minute. But I'm going to finish answering this question. Because before Adam and Eve were even created, there was a lot of things that happened in between. Of course, the dinosaurs roamed around, and cavemen and Neanderthals and all that good stuff. However, remember everything got into disarray out there in the cosmos? Now, there is no time, but I'm going to use time as a marker so you can try and comprehend it. I am not saying this is a time expanded because you cannot measure something that did not exist. Okay? It's just that simple. You can't do it. But I'll give you a marker and I'll call it time. So don't tell anybody I said, oh, it was exactly these number of years. No. It's a marker. Morning, evening. Well, a lot of things happened in between when all this was going on. And we'll say that there's a marker here, and we'll call this marker, and I'll assign years on it so you can get kind of a comprehension. About 65 to 66 million years ago, before man existed, dinosaurs existed and all the other existed, an asteroid about 10 miles across hit the Earth at about 80,000 miles an hour in the Yucatan Peninsula. And it created a massive explosion and dust cloud that went into the air and encircled the entire Earth and buried dinosaurs, animals, everything instantly right there. It's equivalent to like 200,000 nuclear bombs going off. And it put the entire Earth covered. You've read the sun was blocked out. Well, that's true. That marker, that's when it happened. And it happened as a result of everything getting out of kilter all the way back to Genesis 2, when Satan was cast out and everything went into chaotic state. So about 65, 66 million years ago, marker, that hit the Earth. And it took about 65,930,000 years as another marker between here and here for all that dust cloud to settle down. And during that process, it made the ground fertile. We got hills, mountains, all kinds of things came about where he could start growing vegetation again, and a few animals survived. But the majority were killed. That's why the ones that were close to they still found them with fresh vegetation in their stomach because it was almost frozen in a period that was not time. That's why they can find them. Now, they try to use carbon dating methods to determine how old that is, and your carbon dating methods only can go back so far, and then they become inaccurate as well, and then they're speculating. But those are realities. Those are truths. And you can go look it up. They'll tell you that asteroid hit the Yucatan Peninsula, how big it was, what it did, and everything else. Well, when that dust settled down, the ground became vegetative again. And he started growing things again. And then the Garden of Eden came about. Now, it was inhabitable. It was habitable, I mean. Now, in the Garden of Eden, he was going to create man. So the dinosaurs were here. They got destroyed, yes. Of course, God uses everything to his advantage. Romans 8:28, because he knows the future as well as the past. And he knew that we would need those at this time in history in our development state, so we'd use the oil. He provided. It all works together for him, for his glory. But let's know what he's talking about in the Garden of Eden. In the Garden of Eden, he created man from dust. And then he created Eve from a rib. Now here's my question to you. Why did he not just create Eve from the dust as well? He just created man. Couldn't he have created Eve from the dust? Remember, God always has a reason and always got a purpose. You see, if he had created Eve from the exact same dust, exact same way, he'd had two males. You need a male and a female. You can't procreate. Two males cannot make a baby. Two females cannot make a baby. Yet we had to be of the same DNA, but yet different. Now, as he explained to me, the reason he used the rib was because it's blood of blood, bone of bone. Exact same DNA. But he used the rib so that he could change a helix. 23 helix pairs, change it, chromosome. Now, same DNA exact, but this one is female. And he created a woman for a man that was part of the man. See, it doesn't work if you have two men, two women. Sorry, you can identify whatever you want to do. It doesn't work like that. It's good in your mind, but it doesn't work like that. So, this is the question. So in answer to that, yes, he did create dinosaurs. No, he did not destroy them. Evil, sin destroyed them. God, if there's something bad, chaotic, confusion, that's not of God. That's of the world. That's on us and Satan. And it was Satan's cause to cause those asteroids to be created when things collided to hit the earth and cause that devastation. I'm going to take a drink of water on this one. 1 second. Do you love your wife? No, that was just me saying, yes, I do. Are UFOs an alien or actually Satan's demons sent to deceive humans? I don't know who wrote that, but you are absolutely correct. They're not aliens. They are a deception, and they are manifested by Satan. He has a lot of power. And once again, if he can get your mind off of something else, get your mind off of Jesus and get it on something else, make you think that, then you're not glorifying God. And he can steal your joy, your peace, and your witness. He can't steal your salvation. So no. Are there aliens? Are there other life in the universe? Not in our dimension. Not to us. We'll never, ever be interactive with them. But if God chose to make another universe and put life on that and be their God, that's between them and God. It's not us. He's our God. We are here. Quit worrying about all the aliens and everything else and keep your eyes right here. You're worried about meeting an alien. Why don't you meet Jesus? Because that will change your life. An alien from Satan will also change your life. He may deceive you and keep you from accepting and believing in Jesus, and you get to spend all hell in eternity. Okay? Is the Shroud of Turin the actual burial clothes of Jesus? First of all, I know that they have the Shroud of Turin, and they've done all these electronic scans of it, and it shows figures and everything else, shadows and all kinds of things. And I will just say this. That was 2,000 years ago. Do you know what happens to a piece of cloth that's been in the ground for 2,000 years? It's pretty much destroyed. You would have to do a lot of enhancing on things to get any type of an image out of that. That would be man-made. So I would only say this, that when you see a cross, when you see Jesus, when you see people wearing a cross or loaves and fishes or anything that they try to believe that this was part of Jesus, fine. That's reminding you of him. It's promoting of him. But do not try to find something that you begin to worship. And that's what you want to find there. Don't. Use it to worship the true Jesus, the true God. He's not part of that. He ascended into heaven. His burial cloth was left, or what he wore, as they said his burial robes were left in the tomb, but they didn't have any markings of him. That came about later as people tried to manifest and put things in there. So you can decide that on your own with deep research and understanding of having God guide you through the Holy Spirit. Is that true, or is that just something that reminds me of him? It's not him. Yes. Oh, I forgot to do that. I'm sorry. I was going to read a question and ask a question. Here, go ahead.
Well, I was just wondering, have you had an opportunity to visit with others who have had similar experiences to yours?
Similar, I've talked with other people that had NDEs, and I've spoke with them, and I explained to them what their NDE was, exactly as Jesus would explain to them. I've not met anybody that actually died and went there for 3 days now. But I've talked to a lot of people that had NDEs, and they have a lot of good prophetic images and things to say. You have to sort out what is scripturally sound, what is real. Are they consistent in what they say? And is it biblically sound? If it's not scripturally and biblically sound, that might be part that they added in. If they can show you in Scripture and explain it to you, then you can look at it a little bit differently. It's like you said, the knowledge of Scriptures isn't anything. You can quote every Scripture in the Bible. If you don't know what it means and how it applies, and you don't apply it in your life, you're just a noisy gong. Now, there are legitimate NDEs, and there are illegitimate NDEs. A lot of people will manifest a lot of things and start saying things because they want to sell YouTube pages or views or whatever it is. They want to become famous. I've had people read my books, and all of a sudden they were saying that was them. That's going to happen. Counterfeiting happens. Read it. Anything I tell you, don't take my word for it. You go to the Scripture and you look it up. And if it's not there, then just discount it. Okay? Just discount it. But if it is there, then understand that that's from God. Let him guide you, not me. Did the triune God ever create other planets and worlds, other civilizations? I think I just answered that. He created everything. There's other planets out there. That's an absolute truth. There's other worlds. We know that there's life throughout the planet, throughout the universe. He created everything. What denotes a civilization? You could have a civilization of fish under the sea. It's not applicable to you. That's God. He creates everything. What he wants to call a civilization. You're trying to put a name. Excuse me. 1 second. I got the sneezies last time, too. I think it's that microphone. Every time I get to that microphone, I start sneezing. Here, you hold it. I'm serious. That's weird. Maybe it's all your different clones that get on or something. I don't know. Did the triune God ever create other planets and worlds, other civilizations? He created everything. But once again, that sun's coming through. No, it's not that. It's actually magnifying through these glasses and causing me to sneeze. You sneeze because light gets into your eyes. We are so concerned about other civilizations. What do you think they're going to do? Advanced civilization, aliens coming here. Do you honestly believe that if they were more advanced to us, they wouldn't talk to us? That's the first thing we want to do, and we're not even that advanced on the scale of things. Yes, he does have other planets. That's obvious. Doesn't affect you. Can deceased Christians see their loved ones while they are alive on earth? No. Okay, I just made some people mad. I know. Here's the reality. As Jesus explained to me, he has a conversation with everybody that enters heaven. Everybody. Now, I know that's a lot of people. If you extrapolate it backwards, it's probably about 2 trillion people that have died, but they're not all in heaven anyway. But some are in paradise still. Another topic. But there's a lot of people. But Jesus is omnipresent. He can have a conversation with a lot of people at the same time. So he has a conversation with everybody that enters heaven. And he explains to them, he says, in heaven, there's no sorrow, there's no worry, there's no jealousy, there's no anger, there's no envy. Those are not in heaven. You cannot have that. If you, when you enter heaven, could look down on your loved ones and see them, first of all, if you saw them doing something that would cause them harm, what would that make you feel? Bad. Worried. Anguish. Would you want to interfere? Yes. You can't. Makes it even worse. You see them, you may get jealous. You don't know what you're going to see. He says, therefore, you cannot look down on and you cannot interfere. I will block that out from your memory entirely. You won't even know that they exist. Now that hurts, but it doesn't. Let me finish. Until they enter heaven as well. And then everything will be opened up, and you will know them as they were. Minus all the bad stuff. And you will be able to have that same fellowship with them. As if you've never been apart. But that's when they get there. Now, until then, he said, I will comfort them in your stead. In other words, in place of you. He said, I will send my comforter that will comfort them, that will kindle that love. I will do so by dreams, by visions, by smells. It may be a bird that flies by. It might be a butterfly. It might be a sound that you think they heard, or a vision where you feel that one person is talking to you, or you know they're working at you. But that is not you. That is me in place of you. So anybody that's had those dreams or visions or smells for a loved one that has passed, I'm going to tell you 2 things about that. One, that is a personal visit from Jesus comforting you and telling you this, that loved one that you wonder if they're in heaven because you do not know. You don't know her heart. You, I hate to tell you this, don't know her heart. I don't know Carol's heart. She doesn't know mine. Now, you can assume by actions and the way they are, you can assume, but you don't know for sure. Because only Jesus knows your heart, and you are not God. But you can assume that they are by their actions, but you don't know. So you wonder, did they get to heaven? I know they went. No, you still wonder. You hope they did. But those are good indicators, because here's what it happens. He says, my love, agape love, is the only emotion that transcends death. It will reach into heaven. It will not reach into hell, but it will transcend into heaven. So if your loved one had Jesus in their heart, he said, I will abide in you and you will abide in me. And his love was inside them. When they get to heaven, it's really inside of them, because now it's really full inside of them. And that love transcends death. That means this. It transcends to you as you're here. So when you feel, you are still connected now. If you feel that love for your one that has passed, if you worry, if you wonder, oh, I hope they're in heaven. Just as simple as that. You're showing love, compassion, understanding for them. That it only comes from Jesus being inside of you, and your love is now his love. Not carnal love. There's a difference. But when that happens and you feel that, it tells you two things. One, your loved one, their heart was correct. Obviously, they're in heaven. And two, it tells you that your heart is also correct, because he is comforting you and you are connected to them. So it tells you your loved one is absolutely in heaven, and it tells you that you are absolutely right with God too. Now, it's a two-edged sword, and I have to explain this. That's his assurance that he's given me to tell everybody so they can understand that. It's not your loved one talking to you or interfering. It is God himself, through his comforter, interacting with you, showing you that your loved one is in heaven with him. And it also shows you that you will be with him in heaven, because if it weren't, you wouldn't have those feelings. We've all had people that have died, and you're indifferent about it. You care less or not. Guess what? They might not be there. That's a reality. Now, the two-edged sword. That's for immediate family members. You're not to use that to judge somebody else. You don't go into a church and say, well, I don't feel anything with that person. Because you don't know their heart. That's not what it's for. It's to show you for your immediate family members there. You don't use it to judge somebody else, because you don't know them, you don't know that love, and that's not what he's trying to connect you with. That is specific for you, your loved ones, and your family members, to let you know and assure you that he has them in his arms. But they cannot look down and intercede. Everybody understand that? So if you have those feelings, rest assured, that's from Jesus telling you, yes, they're in my arms. And I can tell you firsthand, they are happy. They're going like I did. Wow. And when you get there, I promise you, you're going to get weak in the knees too. And you're going to go, wow. Okay? Will fallen angels, except without Satan, plague God's returned people during the millennium reign of... Who wrote that? Can I get you to interpret it? I don't understand what it says. All right, it starts out, will fallen angels, except without Satan, plagued God's... plagued God's return? Raptured will plague God's raptured people during the millennium reign of Christ. Okay, let me see if I can interpret that. will fallen angels, except without Satan. I don't understand except without Satan part. Plague God's raptured people during the millennium reign of Christ. Fallen angels are not going to do anything to those that are raptured. It's not going to do anything to those that are believers in God. When God comes back, when Jesus comes back, he says he will come back with all of his saints. And we that are believers will meet him in the clouds. Everybody heard that, right? We're on the same page. And then he will sit down upon the earth. Now you have to understand this, and it's a rather lengthy one, and I'm going to talk to the gentleman back there about it later, is the millennium. You have pre-trib, post-trib, a-trib, okay? 3 different ways you can interpret that. The reason that you have those 3 different ways that you can interpret that in Revelations, you have to first understand there's a lot of symbolic and symbolism in there. Second, he told us that no one will know the day nor the hour. What part of no one do we not understand? That wasn't a disciple telling you. That was Jesus. He says, no one will know. But yet Jesus knew that man would want to figure it out. And therefore we have to take into consideration a lot of things. He says those were put in there specifically. He does everything on purpose to show 3 different ways that it could be interpreted. So that no one would know for sure which one it was, and you could not zero in on the date, because that's the only reason that you want to know which one it was, so you can start seeing signs and wonders, so you can know when he's coming back. He said, I'll come back as a thief in the night. That's number 1. A thief's not going to let you know when he's coming back. That's symbolic. He's not coming back as a thief. He wants you to know he's not going to let you know when he's coming. He wants to make it pretty explicit. Second, he says, in the blink of an eye. How long is a blink of an eye? Just that fast. You see, what you have to understand, and you have to go to a lot of the scriptures too, what that also means is this. When he comes back, he's going to suspend time. A day is the same as 1,000 years. 1,000 years is the same as a day. Those are symbolic of representing that it's going to be no time. 0 time means it's all in eternal now. It's going to happen very, very quickly. Now the other thing, and I didn't get to talk to you about this yet, Garen, because we had to come up here. All right? There are things that are going to happen in the millennium. It talks about, there will be procreation, there will be people that will be saved, people that won't, and all kinds of things going on. But you got to look at the other 2 too. Remember, he said nobody will know for sure which one it is. And I would propose this to you. Kind of a new theory, isn't it? What if all 3 are going to take place? Remember, there's no time. There's no separation of events. They all 3 could take place at the same moment, simultaneously, and you all may be right, but you still can't zero in on the time, because it's going to happen in the blink of an eye. So you all may be right, you all may be wrong, but it does something. It makes you understand this. It's not important, as he said, when I'm coming back, and it's not important how I'm coming back. I tell you this, it is important that I am coming back. And I will come as a thief in the night, in the blink of an eye, and you will not know the time, nor the season, nor nothing. But he tells you what's going to take place. And it's all good, and it's all going to be for his glory. For him to bring in the final harvest, that everybody will have the opportunity. There's a little bit more that happens then. We don't have that time, but maybe we will in the future, and it will be in a book in the future. But the reality is, oh, no what?
We don't know.
Okay. I'll get to that as soon as I finish this one. I wasn't quitting. Is that what you thought? No, I'm a little cognizant. We only got about 42 minutes. I have time for this and these. I only have 2 more questions here. You scared me. No. I was like, yes. He is coming back. No. I'm going, what? Oh, I'm going, I was shocked. I'm going like, yes, he is coming back, okay? It's not important when or how, but he is coming back. And he will make sure all of his people will be with him. No one will be lost that is supposed to be with him. Did Jesus explain what the God and the Holy Spirit did for the trillion and trillion of years before they created the earth and man? Before they created earth and man. Yes, it's very simple. I explained it before. God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit made up the triune Godhead. That was love. He was love. He was the perfect, invisible love that always existed. Nobody created him. He always was. Well, he never had a beginning. He doesn't have an end. He always was, and he existed there with the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. 3 essence. 1 love. Perfect relationship of all 3 that we are supposed to have as he had. And we're to take that and understand that that's what he wants, is a relationship. He doesn't want you to be a servant. He doesn't want you to be a slave. He wants a relationship with you based on love, as he existed before everything. Now this says trillions and trillions of years, and they're trying to put a time on something when there was no time. Time was non-existent. You can't label it. You can't measure it if it's not there. It was from there to here, they existed. I can tell you this, if you could put time on it, it was for a long, long time. But you can't. But what they did before they created the earth and everything, they were in perfect harmony, perfect relationship, perfect love, until that love grew to the point that it had to expand. And he said, love overflow. And from that marker of when love overflowed, time still did not exist, everything came. There still was no time. Time did not come into play until 6,000 years ago. And that's when sin entered the world. Oh, maybe we do have more. Now this is 4 questions. So I'm going to ask you the one that came in on the internet or wherever. It says, Robert, have you mentioned the Holy Spirit? I think. What is your relationship walking on this earth after your personal experience with the Holy Spirit? It is absolutely, totally transformed. I am not the same man. I do nothing except by prayer and the Holy Spirit guiding me. Before that, not so much. I was not a real nice person. We've all made mistakes, and I made mine too. I wasn't very nice. I was obstinate, arrogant. I would not have liked me, nor what I did. However, I was blessed. I died. I went to heaven. And God truly has changed and blessed me. And I can tell you this. There's no question in my mind that the Holy Spirit and God abides in me. And I abide in him. I don't wonder. I don't question. I know that I know that I know. And he deals with me every day. And it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. And for whoever asked this, I would only say this. Make sure that you truly do believe in the one he sent. And allow him through his faith. And allow him through his grace to pull you into everlasting life. And then he will abide in you as well. And the Holy Spirit will guide you. Embrace him. Accept him. Okay, the last 3 questions. Will those in heaven get to witness the second coming? Well, Absolutely. I told you earlier. He will bring all the saints with him, and we will meet him in the clouds. Now, let me explain that to you. You will certainly not just get to witness it, you'll be part of it. He's going to clean out heaven. What? He didn't say he's going to bring part of the saints, part of the angels, part of the people. He said he's going to bring everybody. Why is he going to clean out heaven? Because he told you, if you just read and understand. He said the old things, including the old heaven, will pass away. It will be burned up by fire. He's not going to burn it up if you leave somebody in it. And when they come here, we sit down upon the earth and we take care of business through the millennium and everything else. A lot's going to happen. But he's also going to suspend time, so it's going to happen very quickly, all at the same time, or the same moment. I can't use the word time there. And then when it's over, when everybody's been witnessed to and everything has been done as was prophesied, then he will create the new heavens and the new earth, and it will be earth, and it will be over. And we will then take up dwelling on the new heavens, in the new heavens, and on the new earth. And the new earth is part of the new heavens, where sin will never touch nor have ever touched. And that's why he's burning up the old heaven. Now think about this for a minute. He has a heaven. Why is he going to burn it up and make a new one? Why didn't he just use that one? He told you. Where sin never touched and will never touch. You see, sin touched the current heaven by Satan. And he cast Satan out with about a third of the angels to keep heaven pure. So that when we died, by believing in him, we could go to heaven. So that he could build his army and to come back to reach the rest. We say we never leave a man behind. He'll never leave anybody behind that's going to be with him. He loves you. He's a lot smarter than we are, and he has it all figured out. The old heaven will be destroyed because sin did touch it. The new heaven will not be, because sin will never have touched it. If sin had touched it, if sin is allowed to touch it, that would be temptation, and all the things with Satan could happen again. But he's making sure that that does not happen. It's gone. And we will live everlasting with him. In perfect relationship, in perfect harmony, just as he was in the beginning with the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. A perfect relationship of love. Perfect. Let's not forget, don't judge heaven on what we see here on earth. Because, boy, if we do that, we got big problems. You're going to be entering heaven, which is nothing like earth. I know, sometimes I used to go places and see beautiful scenery and mountains and rivers, and I go, boy, this must be what heaven is like. I saw heaven, and I assure you, there's nothing on this earth that compares to or could be interpreted as this is what heaven must be like, other than his love. And when you see his love, yes, interpret that. But you'll know when that true love is there. Why did he, I guess that's God, create serpents if he knew and it would cause sin? It wasn't. He created an angel that we call Lucifer, Satan, when he was cast out. He was the most beautiful angel of them all. He took on the purpose of Satan and a serpent as a symbolic way of denoting that he was evil. Now you have to understand, when he was in heaven, why did he get cast out of heaven? That's the first thing you have to understand. Well, Satan was cast out of heaven for this reason. Every created being, angel, man, dinosaur, dog, cat, every created being has what is called free will and free choice. Everyone, including the angels, including Satan. But here's the thing, that free will and free choice has to be governed, and is supposed to be governed by love. And if you govern it and make choices according to what love is, you're good. When you start deviating away from that, because you do have free will and free choice, and you start to govern your choices by pride, by anger, by jealousy, by self-serving, those are not of love. And that distorts your free will and free choice. It now becomes sin. Satan started to do that. He started to govern his free will and free choice, and he abused it. He abused it and started doing it with pride. He wanted to be God. He said he could be better than God. He could do a better job. It was self-serving. He was jealous of God. And God said, I had to cast him out. Because he also started to get a third of the angels, is what it worked out to be, that were starting to listen to him. Because he wanted to be God. He wanted to be his own God. He wanted to be the God of everything. Well, God, the true one and only God, could not and will not tolerate that. And he cast him out of heaven, down to the earth, to keep heaven pure. Now, a couple of things on that. First, he was cast down to the earth. He wasn't cast out into the universe. He's confined to the earth until the end. He's very powerful, very influential. He is very deceiving and deceptive, and do not underestimate him. He can show you something, make you think it's, and you go, oh, that's good. It's just that one little thing, kind of like your DNA. One little genome. It's not real. He'll do that to deceive you. Now, he was cast out of heaven with a third of the angels because they could not stay there. They were stuck here on earth. Now watch. Remember, Satan wanted to be God? He's going to get to be that. He's going to get to be a God-like figure in hell. And all the little demons and all the little fallen things and all the little crazy people that reject God will be there with him. And then he will be able to rule over hell, and he's not going to be happy about it. He knows the war is over. He's already lost the battle. He's just trying to get as many people for his little kingdom as he can. Now, he's cast onto earth. He can't go flying around the universe. He's confined here. And he knows it. He's not happy about it. He wants to destroy anything and everybody he can because he's just evil. That's a fact. Now, when hell comes into play, he will be cast into there along with everybody else, never to escape. Make sure you're not there with him. It's not a world I think you will like. Why did he choose you to? Why did he choose you to spread his miracle? I have no idea. God doesn't choose anybody for a specific reason. He doesn't show favoritism. To show favoritism, to show a choice of somebody over somebody else, would you choose favoritism? He did it because he felt, for whatever reason in his mind, he, at this moment in time, selected me to do this, to share his word. That's why he searched my mind, my heart, my soul, to see if I would in fact do that or I would deviate. And he knew whether I would or I wouldn't, and he sent me back. Didn't choose me for any reason. I am not special. I am not anything. I'm not a preacher. I'm nothing. Except he uses me as a vessel. That's it. There's no reason. And if you want any more reason than that, you're in the same boat I am, because I ask myself the same question every day. I do not know why. Yes?
Why do you think, I don't know,
She don't know.
Be on it.
Hello? There, I had to say hello.
Why do you think that it was important that you endure the pain when you came back? What element, what purpose do you think that served in your return, that you would have to endure that pain as
Okay,
part of
that's a fair
your,
question.
as part of your experience?
Okay. You hold it so I don't sneeze. Why did he feel it was important that I endure the pain? I can only speculate and figure it out from what we've had in conversations. It wasn't to be mean. It was to show me that what I was doing was for him. It wasn't for me. It was not for self-glory. It wasn't to make me look important. It wasn't to make me anything. It was truly to be for him. And I had to understand, just as he did, that it was his will, not the Father's, and this was his will, not mine. I don't understand exactly why. But I can tell you this, it certainly made me realize that what he's having me do, to have to endure that, I don't forget, not for a moment, what I went through. And I don't forget for a moment that it was for him. And it's his way of reminding me, if I ever think about straying and trying to add my swing on things, remember the price that you paid, that you agreed to. And it made me realize just a tiny, tiny bit what he went through. And he did nothing. And what he went through was way worse than what I did. Way, way worse. But for his reasons are not for me to question. It was only to accept. Get there, ask him. He said, we won't even remember it. It wasn't to glorify me. It was to glorify him. But you have to remember, I didn't make it through that on my own. I made it through that by trusting in him, that he would be there with me and get me through that. And as such, he built that trust and that faith that if I can get through that, he knows I can get through anything. And he told me when I come back, you will have people that will persecute you. They will deny. They will laugh. They will look at you. They'll do all kinds of things. They did it to him. They're going to do it to me. And you have to be prepared for that, even unto death. It's one of the things I had to be willing to accept. And he put me through that as a constant reminder. I could have quit. Remember, he said, if you survive that. And I'd have been back in heaven, I'd have been fine. But I did, thanks to him. Has there been others before you or after you? Well, first, I'm still here. It can't be after me. I don't know that. As far as I know, I'm here for the duration until I get to heaven. And then after I'm gone, or if he comes back before that, then I'll know if he comes back before that, I will know that there's not, because there was no after me. If he doesn't keep me here until he comes back, then I won't know either, because I won't be able to look down on anything. So I don't know. I have no idea the answer to that question. Only he does. Have there been others before you? There's been a lot of people preaching, sharing his word, his love, in different ways. Remember, everybody gets to the Lord in different fashions, different ways, in different walks in life. And he uses everything and everybody. Romans 8:28, all things work together for the glory of God for those who are called, love him and are called according to his purpose. So, are there other people before me? Absolutely. I'm sure I am not the only person that has shared his word, his love. But at this time, he's using me. I can't be concerned about if somebody came before me. I'm not going to compare myself to them or anybody. That's a pride thing. I'm not going to do that. I'm just blessed that he's using me now. If he's going to come after me, why am I going to worry about that? That's another pride thing. Oh, somebody do something? No. I am serving him. He's using me as a vessel. It's not important to who came before or who came after. I don't know. And if I needed to know, I'm sure he would have made me available to that information. But it's not important other than to satisfy me. Well, I'm doing what they did. Or I'm doing more than they did. I'm doing more than what they're going to do then. How is that not pride? Pride comes before the fall. I hope I never get to that position. Think that. Because I would be dearly disappointing him. And I went through a lot for no reason. That's actually what. Nope. That's all the questions. I didn't send the mic out. Give it to me. I said, and I apologize, I was going to read a question, then ask a question. And I apologize. I didn't do that except once or twice. So does anybody have any questions? No? We reached the end of the internet? What? No more questions? Seriously? That's wonderful. Oh, I knew that coming.
I have a lot. I was thinking about the resurrection. I know we as humans tend to think that this body is everything, so we're going to get resurrected, but even a more perfect body. But when I read near-death experiences, they go to the other side, and some of them call this a meat suit. And they felt free on the other side, and they could see 360 degrees. Did you learn anything about what would the resurrection look like?
A lot of people say a lot of things. A near-death experience is a vision, is a dream. And in a dream, you can be floating, you can be flying, you can be doing a lot of things in that dream. He's allowing that dream and that vision to see it. But in reality, if you're there in heaven, no, you have a resurrected body. No ifs, ands, or buts. Just like we're here. Well, maybe I'll be big like you. I don't know. Maybe you'll be small like me. But the reality is everybody will have their own individual age of perfection. You have a complete, perfect, resurrected body. Those that have disabilities here, those that have missing arms or limbs from a war or whatever the case may be, you will be fully restored to a perfect body. You won't be missing limbs. You know, he answers every prayer. But it's not always in our time, but he's always on time. He'll answer your prayer. You pray for a healing. And thy will be done, right? Thy will be done, except I want it in my time. Why is this mic doing that to me? You hold that thing. I want it now. It can be your will, but make sure you put mine in there too. I'm going to put a condition on your will, Lord. You can have your will as long as it's done right now when I want it. I want to see it. Oh, is that self-serving? I want to take credit for praying for somebody and they got healed. Oh, you better watch out for that. Because you know what? Even Jesus didn't do that. A lot of people say Jesus did miracles. Well, let me explain something on that. Did he? No, he did not. People say he did. They assume he did. Well, let's read it. Let's tear it down a minute. They went to Jesus and they said, how do we do the miracles and the wonders that you do? And what did Jesus tell them? Well, let me explain it to you. No. He immediately stopped them and he said, it is not I that do the miracles. He didn't take credit for doing any miracles or wonders. It is not I that do the miracles. It is the Father through the name that they gave me on high of Jesus that he does the miracles. And every time Jesus prayed, he said, Father, heal this person. Father, he was praying to the Father. When Peter, when they were coming to get him, and the guards were going to take him to be crucified, Peter drew his sword and cut off the ears of one of the guards. And Jesus says, no, Peter, we don't do that. I will go willingly. And he reached down and he picked up the ear and says, Father, heal this man. And put the ear on. He didn't do it. He knew that he was here as a God-man and a perfect man. He didn't take credit for anything. Could he have called a band of angels? Sure. He could have, but he didn't because he had to be perfect. Sinless. Blameless. He also taught us something. How are we to pray? Father, thank you. Father, heal this person. Father. And then we say, through the name of Jesus, or in the name of Jesus. Ooh, it's just like Jesus said, isn't it? It's not me, it's the Father through the name of all high that he assigned, Jesus. Why do you say at the end, in Jesus' name? Do you say it just because you were told that? Because you saw somebody else saying that? Or did you ever really, truly think about what it means? He taught us how to pray. He taught us. He didn't do it. It was the Father through him. He was here as a servant to give his life to pay for our sins. Everything he credited to the Father, not himself. Not himself. Anybody start thinking about those things that are in there now? Did he not say those things? I can assure you he did. Go home and get your Bible tonight and read it. That's what Jesus said. Not a disciple. Not a Pharisee. That's what Jesus said. He told you that. It is not I. It is the Father through the name of Jesus. So continue praying to the Father and continue making sure that you give Jesus his credit too, because it's at the name. That's how you get your prayers answered. That way. Not by repetition. By reality, by truth, by faith, by love. Does that answer your question? I'm not trying to beat anybody up. I'm just telling you facts. All right, we're almost done. Any other questions? Aha. Give it to me. Turn it on. Josh says, I got a question.
Will you still be married to your same spouse when you get there? And what about if, like, one of them passed and then you remarry?
Okay. I'm going to sit down on this one. No, you can bring me the microphone. Carol can't see me, right? No. Yes, no, maybe, possibly. How does that answer your question? By that I mean this. And I'm not going to use the word soulmate, but I'm going to go back to Genesis. When God made woman, God said he made a woman for a man because he needed a helper. Anybody remember that? A woman for a man. He didn't say he made multiple women for you. See, he made a woman for each and every man, a pair, a couple. We don't always meet that person here. We don't always marry that person here because we get married for a lot of different reasons. Now, I may upset some people here, but I'm sorry. We get married because of beauty, for money, for all kinds of weird things down here. Some are true love. That's a fact. And sometimes you will actually meet that one special person that Jesus has for you and you get married, and that's wonderful. But we also sometimes meet somebody that is not that person. And people get divorces. People die. They are separated. Some people had 4 or 5 wives. Some have had none. When you enter heaven, you will be with that one person that he made for you, whether you were married to them or not married to them. Now let's assume, and I'm going to give a couple of scenarios here, and I'm not going to pick on you. Are you guys married? Oh, okay, well, good. I'm going to pick on you then. All right. So, you love her, right? Yes. You love him? Why do you love him?
Because he is my friend, and he is my love, and he's the father of my children, and
Okay, good reasons. But here's a reality. If he is that one special person that he made you for, when you get to heaven, you will be together. Now, it's not marriage like there is here. There's no procreation. He's replaced a lot of things with some things that are even greater. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't get to experience that. He explained it to me, but Carol wasn't there. So, but it's even greater. But it's not to recreate children. Now, if in fact he is that one, you will be together. If he's not, you will be with the one who was. But you will not have any memory of ever being married to this man. None. And nor he you. You will assume you will be with that person because that's the one, and it will be as if you were always together. You will don't know about this. He won't know about being married to you. He'll still be friends. Everybody will be friends. But there will be no other relationship whatsoever. Now, that's if he's not that person. If he is, you will be together. Now, that brings into a question here. What if he is your perfect person, the one that he made you for, and you die? Not hoping this on you. Let's say you die now, tomorrow. Well, let me tell you, you don't know when you're going to die. I can assure you of that. There is no way I thought I was going to die on the 19th of May, 2024. That's a fact. And it's like, boom, what? Let's say you died. And let's say in 5 years, 10 years, you meet somebody else. And they're just wonderful. That's very possible, and you love them too. It's possible to love more than one person. Carnal reasons especially. And you marry that person. But he was your special one that you don't know that yet. God knows. But you married the other person. But he was the one that you were made for. But he died. And you get married. Who are you going to be with? That's right. Even though you were married again.
She pointed at me.
There you go. That's a good thing. Even though she got married again, that marriage will not be sustained. You will be with the one that he made you for. Now, I'm going to get to that. Now, the other person that you married will never have a remembrance of you either. They'll never know that you were married to you. And when you get to heaven, you will be with him as if you've never been apart. Now, you have children. All right? If he is the one you were made for, you will still have that family unit. Now, let's assume that he is not that one, but you still had children with him. And you meet this other one, he dies. Maybe you just divorced. I don't know. And you meet this other one, and you marry that person. And that person is the one that he made you for. But he fathered your children. What happens to the children? The children, I hate to tell you this, the children stay with the mother because they came from you. You helped, obviously.
Only a little.
The children stay with the mother. And the new husband or new man that he made you for, when you are with him in heaven, he will automatically assume that he's been there for all of it automatically. And he will then be the father. But you won't miss it because you won't remember any of it. But you will be that family unit there. And you will never know any difference. But you will be with the one that he gave you. And he don't care if you've done it with 5 people. You're only going to get one. You don't get multiple wives. You don't get multiple husbands. It doesn't work like that. Now, one other thing. What'd you say, dang? I said amen. Oh, man. Now, that's not saying that the one you're with is not that person he made it for. I hope that everybody is. But if you marry 3 or 4 people, or you have 2 or 3 husbands die, you better wonder why you keep killing them. But you're only going to be with that one special one, okay? But when that happens, you won't know about the others. You'll still be friends if they make it to heaven. But there won't be anything that will be interrelated. Now let's talk about something else. Right on the same line. I got 13 minutes, I know. She goes, what happens if somebody never got married? Are they going to be alone forever in heaven? No. There's people that will not get married. They've never met the person. There are other reasons they don't get married. Maybe they have extreme disabilities. I'm going to give you an example. I'm not going to mention names. We talked to a lot of nursing homes and assisted livings and everything while I've been here in Coffeyville and different places. And I met a lady there that was involved in an accident when she was very young. And she's extremely disabled. She had some brain damage. She can't talk. It's almost as if she had cerebral palsy, but it wasn't. It was because of the accident. Her mom and other people in the accident got killed and so on. But she survived. And when she survived, she cannot take care of herself. When she turned a certain age, then they admitted her to the nursing home. And she's been there. This happened when she was a child, and it's decades later. We won't say her age because I don't want you to zero in on it. Oh, I know who that's. No, you don't. Well, that lady never married because of an accident. Because it's a very difficult situation, number one, to meet anybody. But does that mean she's going to spend all everlasting life? And this lady loves the Lord. I can tell you that. I know that I'm quite sure that she's going to be in heaven. When she gets to heaven, she's not going to have any disabilities whatsoever. She will be made whole, complete, full, cognizant of everything. And she will be with that one that she was made for. So she will have that special man that she was made for in heaven. God knows whose it is. And she will be with that man. She will not spend alone. He said it's not good for a man to be alone. He made a woman for a man, and he's going to make sure they get together. We always impede in his ways down here. Because we get sidetracked because of sin and love and lust and money and everything else. And we kind of push him aside and do it our way. Kind of like when I pray for a miracle and I want it to happen with your will, but I want it to happen in my timeline, okay? Don't put conditions on God. He doesn't go for it very well. And remember, we can still mess it up. Nobody's perfect. We all are going to sin. And when we do, there's consequences. I don't know who caused the accident, whatever it is, but consequences are she's been like that. But the reality is, all of that's wiped out when you believe in him, and he pulls you into everlasting life. So even those that have never been married, for whatever reason, will have that person in heaven. It's not marriage, but there's a lot better things than that. A lot more to do. Does that answer your question about marriage? Oh, it was back there. Josh? Okay. I hope that you're with everyone, that you're with that one person right now. I can tell you this, I am a very blessed man because I know for a fact that Carol is the one that was made for me. I don't have to assume that. I know that because Jesus actually told me that. And he told me that she and I would be in heaven together. That's a blessing. Now, I was married before, and so was she. Those guys are just out of luck. One guy and another woman, okay? I don't mean I was married to a guy there, okay? Their loss, my gain. Life goes through. We make mistakes. He corrects them. Okay? Any other questions? No? I will send you with one thing. Remember that God is always with you. He loves each and every one of you. He died for you. He gave his life in the most horrific manner you could ever comprehend. Has anybody here ever seen the Passion Play? It's a reenactment of the crucifixion of Christ and what went up to it. I have a DVD out there. We showed it last night. If you would like it, I would like to give you one. If you have a way to play it on your computer or your TV. I'd be happy to give that to you as a gift. But I want you to remember one thing. When you view it, I want you to view it from the same way that he explained it to me when I watched it live. It's a depiction. I thought I was going to get it out. It's a depiction of his love. He demonstrates everything in that. I want you to go to 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verses 4 through 7. Read what love is. Read what the virtues are and what it isn't. And then when you watch the movie, I want you to see the sacrifices that he made that were not self-serving. Do you think he went to the cross because he wanted to? For himself? He didn't need salvation. We did. That's not self-serving. That's the opposite. Did he take into account a wrong suffered? No. They beat him, they whipped him, they scourged him. And yet he said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. He went willingly. Everything that takes place in there, every action, every word, if you start to look at and apply his values and his virtues in 1 Corinthians 13, 4 through 7, those are not just words. Those are his values, his virtues. That's a depiction of him. You apply those as you watch that DVD, and you will see love in perfection. And he did it all for you. I ask you, would you do that for him? In a smaller way, all he wants you to do is to believe in him and love him and accept the payment that he did for you freely. Think about that. Know that he loves you. Embrace it fully. Know that I love you. Take God with you. And thank you all for sharing Jesus with me. God bless. I'm going to get that out one time without crying.
Before the mountains learned to stand, before the oceans found the sand, there was a voice, there was a flame. Love was calling out your name.